Oops. Right. Oh, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm looking for a thumbnail. This thing on my hard drive going to sleep, it takes forever for it to wake up. I don't understand.
Grass 007 the Ferk, Penguin Blue waving tear.
I don't understand why. Good morning. I don't understand why it takes so long for it to wake up. Just hang on one sec, I'm just doing my usual setup. Because there's an extra thing you have to do in here. You've got to tell it whether there's any AI being used, altered content in your stream. And I've always got to remember to tick no. And I'll just tick no, right. Alright, so what do we have here? So it's gaming, some tags are in there. No altered content, no paid promotion, no it's not naked.
Been watching out your Fallout gameplays.
Well, I've learnt now not to start this until I've sorted this out first. I've learnt my lesson. I've learnt my lesson. I've learnt 2 lessons too, another 2 lessons. Don't open any packs during the stream. Don't rename any players during the stream because that will crash the game. I've had that happen before. So I'm trying to learn my lessons now. Right, I'm going to bring up the chat. I'm just making sure that this is all working the way it's supposed to. And it looks like it's working the way...
promotion stream.
Those promotion streams are doing pretty well, actually. I mean, in terms of, like, how many people watching that, the promotion streams are no different. Are pretty similar to my other streams. It's the feedback that I get. It's pretty... Oh, Binkray! Hey, Binkray, how are you, man? Oh, it's you.
Good day, Binky.
Oh, I'm glad you've been enjoying it.
I might do a promotion stream.
I suppose because I talk a lot too, so I sometimes go off topic and start talking about other stuff, or stuff that's a bit annoying or whatever. Like I'm not just promoting.
Binky was his name, emoji happy tears.
Binky. Binky. Right.
That actually sounds good.
Oh, wow. Look at all this.
Might change my name to Binky, I like it.
Binky? Oh, there's the Institute rifle that I wanted to build, but I couldn't build it. Right, I've got to build another weapon. Oh, I don't believe this. Guess what? There's no weapon.
It is always looking very busy.
Oh, I can't build any of these weapons because I don't have the resources. Oh, there's no point building a gun. There's actually no point building a gun because these guns are too weak. Are you serious? I can't build... Oh, that's rubbish. Oh, that is just rubbish.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't sound good at all. That's actually annoying, right? Because if you look in here, look at all the resources. I've got 191 items, and you're telling me that I don't have the junk to build this. And on top of that, being great, if you try to trash the stuff for resources, it won't tell you what resources you're going to get. So like in Fallout 4, if you break something up, it'll tell you, if you break this gun up, you'll get these resources, right? In this game, it doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you, so I don't know if I break any of these up. Here, see how it's got the recycling button?
Hey, how are you doing?
That's not, that's a bit disappointing. Hey, Mr. Wolf. Hey, come on. Why are you up so early? It's 4:30 in the morning for you as well, because you're here in Australia.
Good day, Wolf.
How come you're up so early? Day, Reezy. Hey, Day, how are you?
Good day, Day.
I don't know what to make now. Initiate robe.
It's supposed to show what resources you get after breaking it down. It show it for me.
No, it doesn't, does it? But I did this before.
Good day, EMU, platypus.
Yeah, but I did that before, and it wouldn't tell me. Hang on, let me try that again, because you might be right. Okay, let me go for a gun that's absolutely useless. Right, an armoured BB gun is probably pretty close.
Maybe it doesn't on console. I'm not sure why it won't.
Look, I could be wrong, but I was pretty sure when I tried to break it up before. Eric! G'day, Eric, how are you, man?
Good day,
Right.
Eric.
Just hang on one sec, Eric. I'm gonna put you... Hang on, I'm just gonna put your link in the chat. It's a member. Yeah. Guys, everyone in the chat, go and visit Eric.
Eric URL.
Alright, well... Because I know that's for credits, this one... Yeah, you see? Scrap. But doesn't say what it is, right? So I've got to wait.
In doing great, thanks for asking. Hope you are as well.
Look at that, and no junk recovered, so sometimes I won't even give it to you, so... I just think that's horse manure. That's so annoying.
Grab it.
I did, and you just saw what happened. Hey, I might be able to do something after all, because I just realised something. Look, the robot is back. Look, the robot's back, and he might have resources. What's going on here? Why is my pinned message highlighted in white? a disaster. Right, let's get this guy in. Yeah, you see? It's actually worth leaving the guy out on the surface to wander around, even if he
Membership
dies.
is now available.
So even if he
Go
dies,
grab yourself the lightsaber badge and platypus emoji.
it's only 1,000 credits to revive him, but I've got 7. So it's actually worth to leave him out there and just let them die. So I'm going to recall him because he's got a ridiculous amount of items. Right, so he's coming back. Right, so I fixed him up. Now the next one is the robot. What just happened then? I just... Right, so he's back. Right, now let's see if I can manufacture a better weapon. Wait a minute, did I grab his stuff? Did I grab his stuff? I don't know if I even grabbed it. Alright, well before we do anything else... These guns are useless, I've got no use for them. I've absolutely no use for them, so these guys are just going to be standing around doing nothing. That's very unfortunate. That is very, very unfortunate. I might as well send him back out because there's no point in hanging around here. Alright, C-3PO, you know what to do. Go out and explore. Bring me back gold, silver, jewels, spices, and hurry up. Don't take too long. Oh. You know what I need to do? Before I do anything else, I need to do one of these missions. Wait a minute, there's the stranger. Hang on, I might be able to find him. Can't see him. Oh, I couldn't see him. Alright, whatever. I think it was this one? He's returning, he's going out. I think it was this one. I'm trying to remember which one of these missions has the least amount of time for the person to return. That's it? What, you just... 2 rooms? Really? God, there's like 4 or 5 of these bastards. Really? Really? Look at the damage they're it to me. Bro. Where's the bird going? Where's the bird going? How many of these guys are there? Wow, there's like 5 or 6 of them. What the hell? Gave me 2 new Coca-Colas. Right, that's important because if it takes 2 for him to come back, I can just get him to come back straight away. Alright, we'll see whether that's the case. Really? Well, that was unpleasant. Lucky I packed a lot of health kits, otherwise I'd be in trouble right now. You gonna fire or what? Dude. Oh, good. I almost got rid of all of them. He's almost dead. Right, so he's the only one left. Pain in the... That's it, one more shot, come on, you can do it. You can do it. Come on. There you go. Why did you have to give me health packs as resources? I've got plenty of them. That's just dumb. It gives me something I don't need. Holy cannoli. Gick. Just give me one of those. I can't open it straight away because I'm going to have to wait till I open that. Well, he's got to bring it back first, but I'm going to have to wait till I open it. Towards the end of the stream, in case the stream crashes while I'm doing that. It's a bit of a shame. So Voltopolis is the vault that controls all the other vaults. 7 hours. 7 hours? Really? Why take so long to get back? It wasn't even that hard a mission. Right, so now before we go and do any more missions, we need to craft. Oh, that's right, I was going to investigate that, that's why I got interrupted. Right, who uses P? It's these guys. God, that robot's fucking annoying. Alright, perception is 2, I've got my answer. Right, so what I'm going to do is manufacture P. I don't think I can do anything else. No. Oh, wait a minute, before we do that, let's just make sure I can't manufacture a gun. No, it's the same crap as before. That's a shame. So they're going to be standing around doing nothing, and that's really not acceptable. Right, so they can manufacture that one. Right, so the next thing I need to do, that's P training. No perception is 6, so I would suggest got someone here. 5. They're all 5s. Timothy Martin is 4. Yeah, see how this game is a son of a bitch? See how this game is a son of a bitch? It just made me. Right, I was just in the middle of doing something. I swear it does it on purpose to throw you off. Go down there and put the fire out, you useless. I'm trying to... Anyway, whatever. Look. It was Timothy Martin. Right, so he can go and learn perception. And you... Oh, that's actually Marianne. You son of a, you're... If you want to know why I get angry with this game sometimes, or why you hear me going off my head during the stream, that's why. That's exactly why. Because you don't have to have an alarm go off for that long. Okay? Okay, and I've got people down there putting the fire out, and it takes forever to put the fire out, okay? That's not on. That is not on. You should not be doing that. Okay? That angers people. Because it just goes on and on and on, and then it looks like it's about to be put out, but it never gets put out. Right? That's why I get angry with this game sometimes, because it does bullshit like this. I'm sick of it. Okay? I don't want to allocate 50,000 people to put the bloody fire out. Why? Why do I have to do that? Okay? Why? Why does it have to keep fucking ringing like that all the time? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's just really, really dumb. So over it. You see what's happened? Yeah, I've allocated him. So that's just really, really like. So that's why before when I put her up there it didn't work. The stranger's here, but I really couldn't care less. I really couldn't care less. I don't care about the stranger. I'm trying to work this out, right. Your agility's 7. Agility is 2. Oh my goodness. Agility's terrible, NFL. You need to improve. So what I've done there is I've made a mistake. You're supposed to go down there. Right, so now he's got a uniform. I hate that robot sometimes. I really hate that robot. Now we'll put her. What does actually deal there? Advanced jumpsuit 5. So now, there, that's much better. Right, so that fixes that problem. So now we've got the right person exercising. Because his agility's a disaster. And we've got him exercising for his perception. Right. So that gets rid of those two. So the next one is charisma. Oh yeah, I've got a nuclear power station going too. That's really why my power's not a problem anymore, like it was before. Your strength is 4. There's the stranger there. I wonder where everybody is in this. Is anyone still in the chat? Jarrett, good day. You guys still there? Oh, what's he doing? He's just wandering around, is he? He is too. What's he doing? Wow, he's got a lot of endurance. you know what? Tell me what I'm gonna do. What's her strength against 4? I really want it to go to 5. Perception, agility, luck, endurance. Oh, I might just put him here for now. He's just wandering around doing nothing. Scrap 4 weapons or outfits. Scrap 4 weapons or outfits. Yeah, I can do that. It said scrap, didn't it? Yep, that worked. Alright, let's scrap some more. Oh wait a minute, I've got a level 11 rusty gun, have I? Is that what I manufactured earlier? There you go. That should be all of them. There you go. I just did a challenge. That's hilarious, I just did a challenge. With no casualties. Alright, whatever. Do you reckon that that's doable? Speak of the devil. That was a convincing victory, alright. Right, so now that we've done that, again, oh yeah, the cat's up here now, so I've got to look around this area. The power's definitely not a problem. This is intellectual. He's got 4. And he's got 4. Oh, you want him to go higher. You want him to go to 5 or 6, don't you? Look at that. 7, 6, 4, 4. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I need to get them up to 5 or 6, so they can stay here. Yeah, they can stay there and keep studying. Right. So they're okay. That one's the club, so I don't care. Which I think I might have sorted out the... Can I rush one of these rooms? Am I allowed to rush them, or is it a disaster? No, I managed to get away with it. Right. Alright, now that I've done... Oh, wait a minute, I've got to level up. Anyone else need leveling up? Anyone else need... Oh, there's another one down here. I might as well do this mission while I'm here. Am I still alive? Where is everyone? I'm still alive, aren't I? Okay, that was a bit of a worry. Wait, no, I'm still alive. I only got one person watching by the looks of it. Oh, okay. Oh no, I don't like the looks of this. I don't like the looks of this. I hope I packed plenty of... Yeah, I did. I can always abort the mission if I get in trouble. There's nothing here. Oh, that's a good one. At least the flamethrower's doing its job. Irritable bowel syndrome. Lucky he's got good armor. Because he's got a bit of everything. Come on, flay him. Tiny Skittle. Oh wow, he hasn't... He's still going, is he? Really? I've got all those rooms to go. Wow, this is going to take... So it seems when you ping messages now, they're highlighted in white. I was promised an adventure, someone lied. Another blueprint. Good job, zombie, good job. they're going to be doing me some damage. Wow, that's a lot of mole rats. That is a lot of mole rats. I need an antidepressant. Dude, it can't be that every room I go into I get ambushed. Straight away I get ambushed. Wow. Like it's just mole rats, man, because if it was blue, I'd be in trouble right here. Oh, I forgot to go downstairs. I actually forgot to explore this area. Too keen to explore. Alright. Oh, I have to get attacked in here. Oh. Botanists? So I've already finished the mission. It just keeps giving me weapons that aren't really that useful. Oh, whatever. Alright, I've got to go back in here. I've got to go back down here first. I'll have to explore down here. Membership is now available. Oh, dude, you have to attack me every time, every room I go into. Seriously? Well, thank you for not attacking me. Right, and I've been in that room. Alright, so I've covered everything here. Now I can go back up this way. Don't have to share the loot.
DJ Itskin's birthday and has streaming RN.
It's a Gimmy's birthday, is it? Really? Oh, and I'm streaming.
Good day, John.
Oh. I mean, I could pop in there and say good day, but that's the best I can do, because I'm streaming and...
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm going to go in there. Alright, hang on, let me wait till I finish this mission. How are you, John, by the way? How are you going? I hope you're well. Is everything going good with you, John? Hang on, I'm going to put your link in the chat. So I'm just putting it in now. And then I'll pin it.
John Cena URL.
There you go. Oh, damn it. See, that's the problem, that gimme streams during the time I'm usually asleep.
Doing good, but still worried about the wisdom teeth. It's 8 days and getting closer.
Oh, you've got a problem with wisdom teeth? Yeah, I had that at your age too. I think I was 21 or 22, and they all decided to come out, all 4 of them at the same time. And I didn't know what was going on at first, but I was at uni, waiting to go into a lecture. I just dropped on the floor. For no reason, I fainted. Anyway, then I woke up. People asked me if I'm alright or whatever, so I stood up and said, yeah, I feel better. A couple of minutes later, I fainted the second time. And then my face was bright red, and my jaw was just killing me, like I'd been punched in the jaw like several times. So eventually I had to go get a checkup, and my wisdom teeth were coming out to go get an operation, like urgently, because they were like literally coming out, and I was getting an infection. That's why I was fainting. Oh, that was a bust. You should see how big they were too when they came out. They were huge. The hooks underneath were like this long. I'm not exaggerating. They were really, really... Even the doctor said that the roots of my teeth were really, really long for the size of my mouth and that. Although then again, I get told I've got a big mouth, so... But yeah. So I ended up having to get an operation. I couldn't even go into the dentist chair. It was that bad. The infection was that bad that I actually had to go to the hospital and get them out. Yeah, I won't forget that night because I didn't sleep all night. Yeah.
I only have 2 fingers, and I have a week off work, but I don't have good insurance, so it's going to hurt my face and my wallet.
It seems, John, that at least in the last 300 or 400 years, there is a general rule. The country or nation that is the most powerful on earth treats its poorest citizens and its hard-working citizens and its middle class the worst. Alright? This is an irony. That's like Britain. America now is making the same mistakes that Britain made before. These people don't want to understand. You've got to look after your population. If you treat your population like garbage, you're going to get garbage in return. Alright? It's one of the reasons why the British Empire is no more. Because their people were treated like such garbage. In the late 1800s, for example, right, Britain was the wealthiest country on earth, and yet it had some of the worst poverty. Especially in places like London and that. It was just a disaster. There are whole books that have been written about the living conditions in Britain. And people complain, say, but if we're the most powerful empire and the richest empire, why are these people living like dogs? Alright? It's happening, and now it's happening again with America. The same thing is repeating itself all the time. When a country gets ultra wealthy, okay, the poor and the working class and the middle class get absolutely smashed. Which you would think, but why? If you're all richer, why aren't you sharing some of the wealth with us? The answer is because the human being is a CUNT. That's what he is.
I also streamed last night for 2 hours. Might stream Fallout 76 tonight if Streamlabs identifies the application as a game, not a tab.
Because the human being is just a disgusting, filthy creature. That's why. Because why would you do that? If you're a billionaire, what's it to you if people have public health insurance or not? What's it to you? You're rich. You don't have to worry about health insurance at all. You could pay for operations to get a hand transplant, a transplant downstairs or whatever. Why would you care or open your mouth about health insurance? And yet this is the society we live in, with some rich bastard who has absolutely no involvement in health insurance or whatever, but makes comments and dictates to government how that should be run. I just don't get it. And the United States is doing the same thing now that the British and other empires have made in the past. It seems the only empire that shared its wealth with the poor, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, was the Roman Empire. That's why I love the Roman Empire. Okay, the Roman Empire shared its wealth among its citizens over time, one way or another. Free circuses, free bread, infrastructure. It seems the great empires of today have not learned the lessons from my ancestors, from my people, the Romans. They haven't learnt nothing. Like, to be honest with you, John, as far as I'm concerned, the United States treats its population like rubbish. Absolute rubbish.
Sorry, but I'm going to be hanging with Gimme today. I'll watch the stream later, cutie.
No. You go there, John. And in fact, I'm going to pop in there now and say good day. I'm going to go say good day now, actually. I just need to find his channel. Let's give me that gaming. It's in there. Oh, why do you have to give me a health kit for? Why? Don't need that. Oh, it's his bloody birthday, there's nothing I can do about it because I'm doing this. Oh, that's annoying. Sorry if people are watching my stream, but I'm just trying to do two things at once. You're playing Fallout 4. I'm gonna have to close that because I can't have several streams open. You know, that's alright, John. If you're still there, mate, just go to give me a stream, that's fine. You've been in my stream so many times that it would actually be outrageous if I actually complained. So, you know, go for a bit. After I remember the end of the stream to go and visit Kimmy, I hope I don't forget. I think that's another one of those, right. No Nuka-Colas, that's annoying. That's actually very annoying. Why is my phone taking forever to charge? I don't understand. That's too much. Just rataways. Oh yeah, that takes a long time for that to regenerate. I probably shouldn't have used that just yet. New person? So there goes the robot now. So I'm going to have to revive that robot. Okay. What a load of bullshit that Deathclaw attack was. That's just such a disgrace. Right, so this one's got the worst weapon. I'm going to give her that laser pistol. Yeah, this one. There you go. Right, so that way, now I've got a little bit more firepower. Right, so now after that disaster, where am I going to put her?
Awesome.
Oh, Big Ray, you're still there, mate. I have to put her in here for now. She's got strict to 4. I probably should maybe boost her strength to 5. What's this? Now suddenly I can manufacture decent weapons. Now I can manufacture something.
Still watching, just setting up for stream.
You streaming as well, Bing Crow? What are you streaming? I don't know if you can hear me.
What are you streaming?
6 to 8. I might have to manufacture that weapon. I've got to be honest with you, Damien. I don't want to manufacture because oh, you know what? Someone's bringing back a globe. Actually, someone is bringing back a globe. So I might be able to manufacture that assault rifle. Unfortunately, I can't do anything with those people. Oh wow, so I've got 6 people that are doing nothing. Right, is anybody on a coffee break? So someone's on a coffee break, that means they're not doing anything. I've had this happen before. I've had someone wandering around.
I might stream myself speaking or a game.
Strangers here. Oh, there he is there. Oh, just got him at the end. Just got him at the end. See how close that was. Wow, that was so close.
Not sure what to play.
If you have PlayStation, you can get this game for free on PS Plus. So if that guy comes back, so because he's bringing back a globe. One of them's bringing back a globe, I'm pretty sure. No, not him. Is that zombie? I'm pretty sure he's bringing back a globe. I don't understand. I thought he was bringing back a globe. He's bringing back a globe. Oh, man. So I could bring him back in a hurry. Use up 4 new coal. Jeez, man. It's probably going to fail. I shouldn't have picked that one actually. Okay, I got away with it. I just remembered though that I've got a bad record with the health one. I've got a really bad record when it comes to that one.
Amazes me, sometimes you just can't see that. Yeah, you might not want to have an accident with a nuclear reactor, that's probably asking for it. See, I don't want these people to start manufacturing an inferior gun, because then I might use up all the resources that I need for the... I'm pretty sure I needed a globe for that one. What's this one? 8 out of 9 assault rifle. Need 3 globes for that one. Yeah, alright, whatever. I didn't think I would get a problem like this, but there you go. Oh, when that loading thing gets stuck, oh, that causes me stress. That's a bit of a worry because he's taking a lot of damage. worried, man. There's another damage to take. Bloody hell. That's a lot of damage that he's taking. What the hell? Don't worry. Oh no, this is bad. This could be really, really bad. There's more of it. There's actually more of them. There's 4 of them. That's why it's got so much damage. Oh, come on. Leveled up too. Lucky this isn't a big area, but I'll tell you what though, that's a bit of a worry because he's just my strongest man. He was having trouble with that. He was actually having trouble. I'm definitely going to get attacked here. I'd be very surprised if I wasn't, but oh, I'm surprised. Another globe. I need those for the super weapon. Well, I suppose that was inevitable. I probably should have charged this controller earlier because, yeah, I'm going to have this issue with this controller. At least with the Minutemen. these guys are dishing out a lot more damage than before. Why not? You keep giving them to me. Always give them to me when I don't need them. Yeah, whatever. Oh, now we're starting with this again, are we? There'll be something valuable in me after all this effort I went through. What is going on outside, but no nuka colas either. Well, if he brings back that thing, I can actually... Although, let me have a think about that. I think I will bring him back early. Can't see. I can't see. Alright, I'll bring him back. Yeah, I'll do it. Because the other guy's bringing 2 back, so I'll be back up to 10. Getting close to that too. Right, so what I need to do now, I should be able to now manufacture was it the assault rifle? Here's this hot rifle. I think it's that one, 8 to 10. Yep. Right, so that was a smart thing to do because now I can get these guys to manufacture that. This one. And now they're busy doing something, so that's the first thing fixed. Now the next thing. Climbing the ranks. This one. I can't even be bothered. I'm so paranoid. Is that the maximum is allowed? Alright. Right, so that's the last mission he has to do. Oh. Yeah, right. Okay, that I know what to do. Because you wouldn't let me drag it up there because you wanted me to take the power first. You just caught me out then. You son of a... I need him there to be there for when those guys come in. Just in time. Why does one of them have to survive? Oh, sorry for you, lady, but you ain't gonna last long. Told ya. Yeah, because she's only just starting exercise now. Got to remember with this controller, if I just gently press the thumbstick back and forth, it doesn't skip half as much. Whoever said that, I'm an idiot, because I shouldn't have done that, because that could easily have failed. Right. What's the next room we can build? The shop. Garden. Can't do anything. Gotta be patient with this thing. The controller's a bastard because it thinks that... And that one. Yeah, that's it. Oh, the stranger's here. Oh, there he is there. Just got him at the end. How lucky is that? Right, now I can start building this garden. I wonder if this grows food. I wonder what the garden does.
Morning DJ, how have you been?
Kush. Oh, good mate. What are you up to? Jeez, I haven't heard from you in a little bit. Everything going alright with you?
Good day, Kush.
Right, I'm making a garden. I'm making my garden. the secret garden. Yeah, just as I thought, this is for growing food, so that's what this garden is for. Where did my cursor go? Oh, but the controller's being a bit retarded. Right, so... Can you hear me, Kush? So I need people. Yeah, I've got to remember.
Been really busy. My boss took a month-long vacation to Germany and the only person with more seniority than me also had to take time off, so...
Okay. He's here. Sometimes I wish these guys would move faster. Because this is a problem, man. Like, this girl cops a lot of damage. All that work just to bloody... Oh, by the way, Kush, I think after all this time, I think you are correct. You are correct about what's going on in your neck of the woods. I don't want to go into a detailed discussion, but the person that is leading where you live, you're right. He's doing everything to remove people's freedoms. You're correct. He's even doing it with the online stuff. I had my mate, who's in IT, is a really good friend of mine. Last weekend, when we're talking on the phone, he started going on about how the situation in Canada is really, really bad with regards to freedom of speech and all the rest of it. And as soon as he started going off about that, I thought about all the observations that you've made. Yeah, I didn't realise it was that bad. I don't know what that man is doing, but... Bloody hell, this is happening everywhere though. Right, I need to allocate someone to the garden. I was going to allocate... this guy. So we've got to wait another 7 minutes. What about this fellow? You know what? I might have to move.
Oh, absolutely. Next year is the election, and if he gets in again, there will be riots. I can almost guarantee that.
Look at that. It read the message, right? But it's not there. The written message is not there, Kush. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's happening everywhere, though. It just seems to be happening everywhere. Survived 6 mall attacks with no casualties. I just survived 2. Oh, they're not mole rats, they're bugs. Oh, they're cockroaches. Oh, they're not... Oh, what? Really? There he is there. There he is there. Got him. Right. Well, I'm glad you're busy, because if you're busy... Oh, if you're busy, then that means you're making money. might as well upgrade. It upgrades again at 18,000. Okay, making progress, push. Okay. Push. Hey, push, hey, man. Yeah, that's alright. No, because I was wondering what you've been doing, like, because I haven't seen you around, so I thought you might have been busy or...
Yeah, part of it is like my younger cousin is like old enough to be an adult now. He comes over and plays this all the time, and then I got two cousins that live just out of town that I go and hang out with. I got more family that moved into town now, so I have more ability to go out and just do stupid shit. That and like we've talked about like how like I've mentioned kind of how cheap shit is down here, but like I've been like getting shit offline like on the internet through like semi-legitimate government websites. And shit's so cheap now, like I just go around and I blaze with all my buddies and shit. And like so do you know what live resin is, or like shatter or concentrates?
Not exactly, no. I can hazard a guess.
So concentrates is where you take like the weed and you strip all of the THC out of it, and that's all you smoke. No plant matter. It's just straight THC.
Oh.
Like shatter is 95% THC to 99% THC, depending on how much CBD you actually have in there. But for the most part, it's almost as pure as you can get for THC. And I get an ounce of live resin for $250. $10 a gram. Which live resin goes a lot further than weed. Like I'm smoking like 0.1 of a gram, 0.2 of a gram in a dab, and those are some pretty big fucking dabs. Right? So yeah, I get a lot of shit cheap that way, and then the like site that I order off of gives me a lot of freebies. So once my package arrives today, I will be back up to 28 pre-rolled joints. So I will have a full ounce and a little bit over of pre-rolled joints that are all just freebies for buying shit off their website. I've also gotten like Dragon Hash and like Granddaddy Purple Shake and a couple other things like that. Space Candy Wax. Yeah.
I've been wondering how high that percentage can go. So you're saying that it can go up to 99%. That is possible.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to think. So in theory, that should be exactly 4 times as strong as... Because my one is 25. So in theory, it should be 4 times as strong as that. Wow, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And you don't need very much.
Well, no. Well, that's the thing. Like, well, that's the irony, right? So the irony with it being available in the pharmacy, right, is that now instead of having 20 a day of the poor stuff I was getting on the private sale, right?
Yeah.
Now I have 3 a day. I've gone down from 20 to 3. I have 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, and 1 before I go to bed. That's it. That's all I need. Okay, if they'd done this 20 years ago, my life would be completely different now. That's what they should have done it before. This is the irony. And I know that when I spoke to my doctor last time and I mentioned this to her, and she said that a few of our other patients had made the same observation as well. That ironically, that when it became available in pharmacies, the people are actually using less because it's a better quality. And also because you know what it is, so you know whether it's the one with the D and the H and the C, or if it's the other one that makes you more alert, right? Which is the one that you take during the day. That makes a massive difference too, because before, when you used to go shopping privately, as you know, as you will know, because you experienced this as well, it's a lucky dip. You don't know exactly what it is, right? So that's why there were times where I used to wonder to myself, why is it after I've just had this one, why am I able to concentrate, and then this next batch, I'm drowsy on the lounge for 10 minutes before I can snap out of it? What's going on here? And that's what that was. And that's the irony of it, that I've actually cut down by nearly 80%. 80 to 90% of my intake a day. That's the irony of this, you know. So that's why I'm a fan of this, you know. It should have been like this the whole time, you know. But unfortunately, you know, it was the 1980s, and we just decided that, you know, all that progress that we made from the 60s and the 70s had to be flushed down the toilet by a minority group of religious fundamentalist right-wing fanatics, and we've paid the price for this now because all that reaction to the 60s and the 70s, that right-wing reaction, that religious reaction or whatever, 30, 40 years later has brought us Mr. Frump. That's where that's all led to. That's where that all has led to now, and here we are. With the potential for that maniac, because that's what he is, a maniac, for that maniac has got a 50% chance, statistically, to get back in again. And that just tells me that is exactly what has gone wrong in the last 40 years. He's an exact example of why all that went wrong. Okay, because they were liberalising everything in the late 70s, early 80s, and then suddenly there was this massive right-wing reaction, and I remember it, Kush, because I lived through it. I saw it happen in real time. By the 1990s, we were as stiff as a board. Right?
I'm going to cut in and I'm going to say it's the same thing that happens to every group.
Ooh.
The problem is extremists. And the problem is like, it's a power grab too. So, like, it's the same sort of thing to a certain extent with, like, legalizing weed and shit, right? Once weed became legalized, some of the group, the more extremist kind of side of things, moved on and went, okay, weed's legal now. And they pulled a full-on GTA, and now their whole thing is trying to get coke and shit like that legalized. Like, the harder drugs legalized, right? You look at, like the feminist groups, right? Trying to win like equality and, you know, like some representation for women, and then women got it, and so a lot of those, you know, core fundamentalists moved on because their purpose was achieved, and all that was left was the extremists that we see now pushing for this like crazy supremacist fucking women should be able to do anything without any fear of any repercussion, and men should just be slaves kind of like mentality that they have, right? So ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Even liberals, like, don't get me wrong, the extremist side of liberals, they're fucking crazy, like any extremist side. But the extremist side of conservatives are also really fucking crazy, right? You just gotta find the, like, middle ground people and hope that they're the ones that actually get some fucking say in the matter.
The middle ground people are the ones who are being shut out, that's the problem. The ones who are more reasonable, like you look, for example, what is going on at the moment in America with the Republican Party. So you've got people like Liz Cheney and Mitt Romney, who are very intelligent, moderate conservatives, right? And they get absolutely booed and bashed and hammered by everyone else in the Republican Party. By all the Boberts and that other guy that got rid of the speaker. You get all those people instead, right? So what few reasonable people they have in the Republican Party that I actually have a respect for, and that says something because I don't like conservatives, but some conservative people I do have respect for because they do stand for something. Like, for example, Mitt Romney, okay, he's booted out of the party. Liz Cheney loses her seat because she won't support, she won't 100% be behind Trump. You're not allowed to criticise him at all. If you criticise him a little bit, even if you just say, look, he got up late this morning, you know, he got up an hour late, or whatever, that's it, you're done. That's it, everyone else in the party wants you out. Okay, it's just a ridiculous form of extremism that is just really, it's quite terrifying actually, because it's the thoroughness by which they root out anyone that is reasonable. They just go after them and eliminate them. Now you don't see this on the Democratic side, or on the left side of you don't see any of this carrying on, right? But yet you've got the mass media that bags the left is doing this, left is doing that, socialist this is evil, socialist that is evil, they want to introduce communism. And so you have this irony where the right wing have been absolute criminals, but then their media mates, okay, instead say that the left and people like me are the ones who are ruining everything, okay? And the average person believes what the Murdoch media, what the other mass media is saying. Well, what do you expect when the same messages get repeated again and again and again?
The other thing I'm going to say, too, is, like, the idea of conservatives and liberals is straight up just to divide people. There's no conservatives and liberals. There's just people that have views on things, right? Sometimes you have more quote-unquote conservative views, and sometimes you have more quote-unquote liberal views. But ultimately, whoever is in charge of that party is the one that's going to be leading the policy. So it's that guy that you really need to know what the fuck his opinion is. Because the rest of the party kind of needs to shut up and follow suit. And that's across the board, dude. That's here, too. Here in Canada, same fucking thing, right? Like, Trudeau could all of a sudden flip-flop, go full conservative, and just change his policy entirely overnight, and the rest of that party would end up following what he was doing because he's got such an iron grip on the party. It's the same with any political party in pretty much any political group around the world. Right? And that whole liberal and conservative thing is, again, just a way to get people divided so that they're butting their fucking heads against each other. But, yeah, like, I guarantee there are people that are conservatives or that are in a conservative party that are far more liberal-minded, but you can't just, like, oh, I decided I'm going to be a liberal now and hop ship over to liberals without losing the ability to go back and be a conservative because, well, if you're not my friend, you're my fucking enemy, right? Again, it's that extremist mentality.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to do what we fucking want and fuck you for having a differing opinion.
Yeah, exactly. The whole idea of consensus or trying to get to an agreement or whatever has completely gone out the window. We just don't do that anymore, even though the whole political process, the whole democratic process is partially based or is reliant on some form of consensus, right? That just doesn't exist anymore, right? It's just either 100% victory for me and you starve to death, or it's 100% victory for you and I starve to death, and it's all unnecessary. That's the bit that gets me, that all of that is unnecessary. And the other thing that upsets me as well is that people can go on about, and even I've been guilty about this in the past, I've had to remind myself about this. It's not actually Trump or Bush or Reagan that you're supposed to curse and want to strangle them to death. It's all the billionaires who are supporting their campaigns, because it's the billionaires, for example, that are funding Trump at the moment. Instead of burying him alive and getting rid of him, they sustain him and keep him going, because billionaires would prefer for Trump to be president rather than someone else that might use their brain a little bit more and will say no to some of their harebrained schemes, whereas Trump will say yes. And that's where the real evil and where the real undermining of the democracy is going on. It's the funding of people like Trump by these billionaires who remain unaccountable. And half the time you don't even know who these people are that are pumping all this money into them. Because don't forget, in Britain, for example, the Tories and all that, Boris Johnson and his successor, Rishi Sunak or whatever, they've been funded by the billionaires. They're not being funded by you and I, by collecting at the local political meeting.
Again though, in any politics, they're all funded by the billionaires. If anything, I would say Trump has less to worry about in that regards, because he has enough of his own money to be able to say fuck off. Whereas somebody who has no money, no nothing, you can't, like, how do you tell big business to fuck off when their whole, like, everything that you are is because of this one person. Trump, don't get me wrong, he worked with these billionaires, abso-fucking-lutely, and he's a bit of a dirty businessman, abso-fucking-lutely. But being that he has his own source of income, he has a lot of leeway to say fuck you to the guys like George Soros and shit like that, right? All of that being said, though, fuck, I had a good point. Oh, Right. So, like, yeah, like, I would say that the billionaires or whatever are backing him, not because they like him, not because he's going to do a whole bunch of shit for them, but again, because keeping people divided is how you truly conquer a people. And Trump, love him or hate him, is causing huge division. Biden too. Like, that's why they keep Biden as a nominee and they don't put somebody who's actually fucking competent out there. Because if they put somebody who was like a genuinely decent individual, who was fully competent, who could take over that role and do a really good job of it, you wouldn't have the division that they currently have, because everybody would go, oh, we've got a really good candidate, or we've got Trump. I guess I'm going to go for the really good candidate. By having Joe Biden run again, who is mentally incapable of, like, dressing himself in the morning at this point in time, like, holy fuck, that guy needs some crazy Alzheimer's meds. And I'm not like, I don't hate Biden, he got into office way too fucking late, and whatever quack doctor said that he is mentally fit for office should be examined himself. But again, all of that, I largely believe, is just to keep the conversation going, to keep the division going, to keep people from realizing how badly the American government, not the heads of the government, not the president, all the people that have been in there through all the different presidents are fucking everybody. If everybody's too busy arguing about who they hate more as a president, they're not busy going, hey, you know how the Pentagon lost $600 billion fucking dollars? Maybe we should look into that.
And there it is. Yeah, and there it is.
And I don't know the $600 billion was what they actually lost.
Yeah.
I just know it was just an egregiously disgusting amount of money that they just misplaced, and they don't know where it went. And, like, are you fucking kidding me? If I misplaced $2,000 at my fucking job, there would be a crazy audit over everything. You know what I mean? These motherfuckers lose hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, and they just go, oh, hey, look at Trump and Biden, argue over him instead. That's what it comes down to.
Yep. No, but you've just described why I've realised now that we're stuffed. This will not be fixed. This problem will not... What's happening now will not be fixed unless something extremely critical...
It won't be fixed at all.
Unless,
you want to know how I know it won't be fixed? Kennedy. Fucking Kennedy, like, in one of his final speeches, exposed the Illuminati, exposed the big secret conspiracy all against Americans. It's easy to find that speech. And what happened? He gets fucking killed. His brother comes in and is like, I'm gonna carry on my brother's fucking plan, we're gonna stand up against this monopoly, blah, blah, gets killed. Next guy comes in, doesn't even have an attempt on his fucking life, and nobody bats an eye. Nobody's questioning anything, nobody's going, well, that's really strange, why did these two guys get shot in the head, and this guy hasn't even had a pot shot taken at him?
You're talking about Lyndon Johnson. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, Kush, what happened to the Kennedys was the same thing that what happened to the Graki brothers around 130 BC. So there were the Graki brothers. So there was an older brother who was trying to do reforms to the Roman Republic, because at the time Rome was a republic, so it didn't have an emperor. It had two consuls that were elected every year. Now, there was a lot of corruption with the elections and that, and the way that some of the positions were being dished out. So basically, a few rich conservative families in Rome were hogging all the major responsibilities, you know, like the consul and the praetor and the tribune, all the rest of it. So the equivalent of rich people today, how they're hogging all the, like the president and the foreign minister and the minister of education or whatever, right? So it's like that.
Yeah.
So they tried to introduce reforms, electoral reform, and some other reforms, so that the Roman people's vote would count more. Do you know what happened to both of those brothers, with a few years in between?
Killed, murdered.
Not just killed, but both of them were literally ripped limb from limb, along with hundreds of their supporters, and all the body parts were thrown into the Tiber River. That's what the Senate did. That's what the Senate did to the elder brother, Tiberius Gracchus. They actually grabbed the chairs they were sitting on in the Senate House, broke them into pieces, and then used the lumps of wood to beat him and his supporters to death, right? Now, when the Senate did that, that was the end of the Republic. Because the Senate up until then had never resorted to violence. After they did that, guess what happened over the next 130 years? Riot after dictator after riot after dictator after riot, and we finally ended with Julius Caesar, and then we ended with an emperorship. That's where that ended up. Alright?
Yep.
So to me, if you follow that to conclusion, what's going on in America now, to me, I'm worried that what's going to happen there, it's going to end up being, if not a dictatorship, then definitely a one-party state, which is pretty much the same thing anyway. That's
You
what
look and
worries me
sound
about all
like a
this.
Fallout overseer.
Speaking of one-party state, that's what worries me about Canada right now. So, Trudeau has pissed off people to the extent that from the initial polling and shit like that, if there was an election tomorrow, the Conservatives would win by such a fucking landslide. Absolutely crushing the other two parties. To the point where they could all of a sudden decide to put in a bill that puts slavery back on the fucking table, and there would be nothing that either other party could do to slow it down or stop it. That's the only thing that really concerns me, and that's one of the things that, like, seems weird with Buddy's, like, sinking ship, and he's just pointing his shotgun at the ground and poking more holes into it. Because my only concern is, like, is this intended? Is he getting so much animosity and hate directed at him intentionally so that the next party that gets into power gets into complete power? Right? That's my, like, tinfoil hat fucking kind of thing for the day, and I'm not, well, because it is conspiracy theory-ish, like, it's definitely, like, I'm not even sitting here saying that's definitely what's going to happen, but it's a concern for me. Napoleon said it best, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And if everything was to happen tomorrow with how much everybody seems to fucking hate Trudeau, the Conservatives would get absolute power. Near absolute power.
Someone in my chat just said that I look and sound like a Fallout overseer. You know the people that run the vaults?
Yeah.
So I just said that I look and sound like one of the overseers. That's hilarious. I probably
that was one disappointing thing with the...
You know why, Zarvok? You know why I look and sound like an overseer? Because I'm in my mid-50s. I'm actually older than I look. That's probably why. So as I get older, I start to sound a little bit more mature. That's probably why. But I'm actually in my mid-50s. Oh, hang on a sec. That... Oh, where is he?
I will cut in here a little bit here, DJ. I saw your little poll thing. Are you doing the Fallout 4 DLC next?
Eventually, because this is one of the DLCs that I said I was going to play, but I also promised people that I would go back and replay Fallout 4, because I was supposed to do a playthrough
Magic Box Short just released. What is inside? Magic Box URL.
Make sure to get the DLC though, and like, Fallout the series came out, so I'm pretty sure you can get like the Fallout style like jackets for relatively cheap.
Yes, you can. Yes, I double checked. And there's also missions. There's also missions related to the TV series that have been added in as well. So I've actually got to do a stream and play those missions first before I go back and...
No, I was talking like an actual physical, like, IRL jacket, right? But hear me out. Get one of those, like, the real-life fucking jackets on Amazon or something, like, something that's not too ridiculously expensive. And then when you're doing the Vault Tech DLC, where you actually do play as an overseer of a vault that you're constructing, you should wear that fucking jacket the whole time you're doing it. And since you're gonna do an asshole playthrough anyways, I would say get the DLC for the asshole playthrough, because they and this was what I was getting at with like Fallout, like the Vault Fallout or whatever. It's sad that they didn't give you the ability to do the crazy fucked up experiments that the vaults were intended for. But you can, like, there are experimental things that you can do in your own personal vault in Fallout 4. there's like a bike that fucking zaps people. Like it's a bike that makes electricity when people are on it and actually gives you power when they're running it. But yeah, you can like one of the experiments is it like an aroma thing where it like gives you nice pleasant smells and that's like the nice way to do it, or is it a fucking like zaps you every time you slow down? So you got to pedal on this thing for a certain amount of time, and every time you start, zaps the shit out of you. And then I think the third one is like you basically like lace their food with cocaine or some shit like that, so they're just fucking jacked out and let's go. But that's just one of the experiments. There's like 3 or 4 in there.
Well, surely by now we don't need to do those sort of experiments anymore because it's pretty obvious how it works. If you give a normal person some cocaine, it'll zap them up for a while, and then they go back down. But if you persist in doing that, eventually over time, that person's going to get ill, one way or another. They're going to get mental illness or a physical illness. This was actually, because wasn't there the accusation? Well, we know now that it's true, but because everyone was asking, how were the Germans able to overrun
Fallout
France?
3 should have had Vault 6
And,
9 to
and
look
their
after.
troops fought for several weeks without a break. How were they able to physically do it? It's because they were all given speed. That's why. Now, at the end of that campaign, all those troops had to take holidays because they were physically ruined because they've been taking too much of them. Like, your body can only take so much of that turbocharged thing. It's not designed to be turbocharged all the time. Fallout 3 should have had Vault 69 to look after.
The Americans did it too, by the way.
Oh yeah, I know they did too.
It's a fairly well documented fact that at the Battle of Bastogne, the soldiers were like handed out sticks of bubblegum, and those sticks of bubblegum had speed and cocaine in them to keep you awake and alert on the front lines.
Yeah, I know.
So,
They were giving.
It wasn't just the Germans.
No, but the
Germans were probably a little bit more like, let's go! But like, I've seen Joe Rogan talk about it and show some clips, and like, it definitely looks like Hitler was totally in fucking that. Like, there's like videos of him at like rallies and shit like that, or like just in like stadium conferences, and that dude is fucking bugging out. Like, the way he's, like, sitting there and, like, vibrating and can't stop moving and is, like, scratching his leg and shit. And, like, that guy is amped the fuck up on some high, like...
Yeah, exactly. Just like somebody else that we know right
too.
now.
Like, he was fucked up.
Yeah, just like someone else that we know right now that is in court in New York right now as we speak, right? That man there, that's what he's doing. And then there was a report that was released from the White House that said that apparently while him and his cronies were running the place between 2016 and 2020, that apparently the pharmacy there at the White House was abused to the hilt. And people were ordering and taking stuff that they weren't supposed to take. And the people at the pharmacy, instead of raising the issue, they just went along with it. What the hell is that? So these nut jobs, like Frump and all that, when they're fronting up in front of the camera, some of these people, they're wasted. They're not in a normal state of mind. That's why they come out with those stupid statements.
I've seen the probably taking Psycho Superjet.
It's really quite terrifying when you think about it, because they go on about how they do all this testing because they don't want you to be under influence if you drive. They don't want to be under the influence if you're operating machinery or whatever. But apparently it's alright to be under the influence when you're running the country. What the hell?
I mean, that again is like every president. Maybe not every president. Some presidents are probably a little more conservative than others. But, like, man, drugs and fucking sex scandals abound in the White House. If those walls could talk, they would be fucking silenced.
These Red Scorpion attacks are really annoying. Hang on a sec, I'm under attack mode. This is really annoying. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think I watched like half of the Fallout series. It wasn't half bad.
Yeah, I ended up watching it all. I didn't mind it actually. Hey, I think they tried to stay faithful to the feel of the game.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, I don't
They
want
did
to
fuck up the timeline a little bit though. They, you know the like chalkboard scene where they're like looking at what happened to the city that got nuked? Timeline kind of fucks up Fallout New Vegas' shit, but it's not really the end of the world. They didn't fuck it up that bad. Man, I remember when this game first came out and there was a fucking lunchbox glitch where you could get like the item box lunchboxes, just get like an infinite amount of them. So good.
A lunchbox glitch. Oh my goodness. Okay, that I would have loved to have seen.
Right? It was so good, dude. Just like I remember, like I opened like 50 of them in a row.
50? Oh wow. Oh, I would have loved to have done that.
Dude, like fucking have my Vault head power armor. Well, maybe not half, but yeah.
Yeah, look, the only thing about this game that I don't like is you get raided too often, and what's even sillier is you get raided by creatures that shouldn't be able to get into the vault in the first place, especially those death claws, and they just cause absolute mayhem sometimes, you know? And it's just ridiculous.
I wish they would have added like a
too many times get attacked in this game.
I wish they would have added a like slice of life feature that made it so that like if I move a whole bunch of my vault dwellers into a zone to fight something, once the fight is over, they should return to the rooms that they're working in without me having to go and juggle all my guys around.
No, that only happens
That's
about Yeah, that happens about 3/4 of the time. People go back to where you took them from, like for example to fight a fire or whatever. But once in a while, I find that one person's on the coffee break, and I'm thinking, well, why didn't you go back? Why is it all the? Yeah, I've had that happen as well. So in fact, once in a while, I've had to go in here. In fact, I'm doing it right now. I'm going through my list and making sure that no one's wandering around. Because once in a while, I've noticed. There you go, Daniel Trump is on a coffee break. Why? Why is she on a coffee break? I had her training in here.
Yeah. I'll be right back here though, DJ.
Oh, what the hell? Where? I thought, wasn't my charisma is 6? Oh, wait a minute, she was in here. She was in there. Well, that just... Or is it because she died and then I revived? Oh, you know what it is, Kush? I know what it is too. If your player dies... Oh no, you can't hear me. Oh, so that's what's going on. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised I keep getting away with that. On that category.
Alright, I'm back.
Right, well, one thing I did remember, that if one of your players dies, and then you revive them, right, you have to you have to reallocate those ones, because they've died, and then you revive them, right? That's why Danielle was walking around, because I just remembered that. So that mechanic is fine, but sometimes people are wandering around, they didn't die. That's the bit that annoys me. So sometimes they don't necessarily... That's why I often have a look to make sure that I see them start to walk back with purpose. Whereas if they just start walking around casually, then I know that they haven't been allocated. Reallocated, or whatever you want.
Actually, wait.
Oh, wait a minute. He's here. Stranger. Stranger danger. There he is there. There he is there. There he is there. Found him.
Oh, I do. I still... Wow. So, I could play right beside you and probably catch up in like 20 minutes to where you're at. Damn. So, Fallout, what is it? I don't remember what this one's called. Fallout Shelter? Yeah, that's right. I can still get the, like, mobile version of the game, and the mobile version that I can get has cheats. So if I felt like it, and I've played this one before, but like, this one unfortunately doesn't give you lunchbox kits or whatever, but it does make it so that your caps don't go down, and your energy and shit doesn't go down, and your Nuka-Cola, whatever quantum, Nuka-Cola.
Oh yeah, those things, so you can get people to come back sooner and all that.
Yeah. And, like, each one's toggleable, so, like, I can turn the, like, the way I did it before was, like, I did the infinite caps, basically, like, it's not infinite in the sense that, like, you can, like, it doesn't, like, set your caps to, like, 9999999. It just makes it so that anytime you spend caps, it goes up instead of down. So, like, if a purchase was, like, 2,000 caps, you gain 2,000 caps instead of spend 2,000 caps.
So you get paid to get the item.
Yeah. And it's the same thing with the Nuka-Cola Quantum. Every time you like speed up a mission or whatever, you get the Quantum instead of spending it.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Right?
Well, I know that the very last room that you can build in this game is actually a Nuka-Cola production facility.
Yeah,
At least I think it's a Nuka.
Yeah, it's the Nuka plant. Or it should be, unless they patched it and added something else. But...
No. Hang on, I'm gonna check now. Hang on a minute.
Have you been very careful about your breeding, or is there just a lot of incest going on right now?
No, I've actually stopped because my population was growing too quickly. So I've actually stopped the breeding. I'm only accepting settlers from outside for now. And the reason for that is because as I build stuff in here, I want to max it all out. I don't want to have 50,000 rooms and none of them have been maxed out. So at the moment, everything that you're looking at here has been absolutely maxed out with the exception of the greenhouse, but I only built that. So I need 16,000 for that one, and then, 18,000, and then that's fully upgraded, and everything that you see here is fully upgraded, because I learnt my lesson. You're better off having less quantity and more quality. It's easier to manage, and that's exactly what I'm finding. But all these rooms that you're looking at, the power generation, all of these have been maxed out. Nothing can be improved, not even the radio. Even that's been maxed out too. That's how I've been playing it. And then I build a new room once I've maxed out everything and I've got the money, which is why I did the greenhouse now, or the garden. So I've only got now left the water purification and the Nuka-Cola bottle thing, and then that's the last of the rooms I haven't built yet, but I need $80 for that one. I'm just not in a rush because I'll get there anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a funny game to play because for me, it reminds me, this game, it feels like a late 90s type of game, you know, the side-scrollers.
Yeah.
Sort of? Yeah. Only in this one you don't actually aim and shoot. So it's more of a... It's almost like a side-scroller Sims game or something, yeah.
Yeah. Speaking
Stranger.
of side-scroller anthill games, a game that you could potentially try one day. Well, I don't know. How do you feel about like strategy games? Do you enjoy strategy games, turn-based ones?
What was that? Gosh, sorry, I got distracted because I was looking for the stranger and I actually found him. What did you say? Strategy?
Yeah, like strategy games. Do you enjoy like turn-based strategy games?
Yes, sort
Hello.
of. I haven't played one for a while, but I know the one that you're talking about. Sonny! Hey Sonny, how are you? What are you up to? Hang on, I'm just going to put your link in. Just hang on one sec.
Good day, Sonny.
Don't know why, but my stream's really...
XCOM?
Hang on, I'm just...
Sunstormy URL.
It seems that YouTube have made some sort of a cosmetic change.
How's it going?
To the way that the chat looks, because I've noticed now when I pin a comment, it's now got a white background, so it really stands out. It's actually too bright. Go and have a look at my stream cushion, you'll see what I mean. But this white, where you pin a comment, it's now got this really bright white band. It's actually too bright. So people are complaining about the fact that notifications and that don't work properly. Like, no offense.
They've never worked properly.
No offense, YouTube, but like, you don't fix critical.
Good day, thank you.
You won't fix critical stuff like the notifications thing, right? You nitpick people like me, and you pick random streams that I do, and you put limited advertising, like you did to my promotion stream from last week, even though in that stream I didn't go off, I didn't swear, didn't do anything, without any explanation whatsoever. You do random stuff like that, you do these cosmetic changes, but you won't fix the important stuff, like for example, people continuously complaining about the fact that their favourite streamer's online, and they don't get the notification even though they press the bell. And that's part of that thing about, don't forget to like and support and press the bell button. Well, what's the point of pressing the bell if it doesn't work? Don't tell me if people are live. I gave up on that. I actually switched all that off because it doesn't work. Or I get the notification 2 or 3 hours.
I never pushed the bell. But like, frankly, like I remember motherfuckers bitching about this shit back in like 2010.
That's what I mean. That should have been fixed by
Membership
now.
is now available. Go grab yourself a lightsaber badge and platypus
I bet
emoji.
you could backtrack videos at least 10 years, if not 12 years, of like people being like, what the fuck, YouTube, you need to fix your shit. Notification bell doesn't do shit. Notifications never fucking send out.
No.
Like, yeah.
They don't. So why offer the service if it doesn't work? If that team used to fix it and still can't fix it, then don't have it. Don't remove that bell button and stop pretending that that thing works when it doesn't work. If you can't get it to work, then get rid of it. But don't have it there and confuse people.
Right.
That's the way I look at it, Kush. If you can't get that to fix and you've been doing it for years,
Short just released.
then get rid of that option so people won't complain about something that doesn't work if it doesn't exist. It's as simple as that, you know? It's just, seriously. But that bit where I get pinged sometimes at random with no explanation, that really irritates me. That's another example of this top-down, arbitrary type of decision-making that seems to be infecting everything now. I own the platform, I tell you what to do, you have no rights. Okay, now when I get that thing from them, Kush, okay, saying that I've appealed, they had a look at my appeal, and they decided they're sticking with their original decision, right? In small writing underneath all of that, it says in brackets, by the way, if you live in the European Union, you have a further option to appeal this decision, right? Okay, yeah. That was something that I went off about a couple of weeks ago because I said I'm getting sick and tired I am getting sick and tired. It seems that the European Union is the only place on this planet that makes laws that actually looks after the rights of their consumers somewhat. Not perfectly, but somewhat. Okay, they find Microsoft because of their monopoly on the internet. They find various other American companies for the same anti-competitive behaviour, and they pass laws to protect people's rights. Like, for example, your right to appeal. If your stream or your video has been limited or no advertising, whatever, you actually are, in the European Union, you are allowed a second appeal. But because you and I live in Australia and Canada respectively, we don't have that right. That irritates me. We should all have that right to appeal it. Not just for people who live in the European Union, because the European Union, Brussels, actually thinks about these things. You see what I mean? That's really... I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of the European Union. The only place on the planet where people's rights are still protected. And even there, it's only somewhat protected. But at least they try. In countries like America, Canada, Australia, Britain, they don't even bother to try. They basically tell you, F off. If you don't like it, F off. If you can't afford the internet, F off. You know, it's just like,
but then you also have stupid shit like in Britain where it's like the TV tax.
The what tax?
Oh yeah, no, the TV tax. So like, I am not going to spout all the particulars without doing a little bit of research here quick and making sure that I got it right. But basically it's like there's a guy that will go around and will tax you basically for having a TV if you're not like paying for cable or some shit like that. Like it's wild. So let me get the proper.
Oh my goodness, it almost sounds like that you're getting taxed if you only use your TV for free to air viewing. Oh my goodness. Because I know that in Britain they've got some weird taxes,
so
like for example, they tax you on the number of bedrooms that your house has, for example, and that just does my head in. How does that work?
A TV license. That's what it is. So, you need a TV license to watch any TV channels live, broadcast, or online, even if those are from outside the UK. This applies no matter what device you're using. And yeah, so it costs about, what is it, £170 for both home and business for a black and white TV set. So there's like people that like hide their TV in like rooms under the stairs so that they don't have to pay like $200 a year or some shit like that to have a television in their home. But there is a license fee to own a television in the UK.
Well, as you know, I don't watch the news anymore. So, because I try to avoid things that will upset me. I might do some research on that, because I'm curious about that one, being a qualified accountant and all that.
Yeah.
But I do know.
I think it's one of those things that's like super goddamn old that's persisted forever and it makes enough money that they're just like... And it's the BBC that's like, that collects the fee too.
Oh my goodness, I could just imagine the reaction here in Australia if the ABC were allowed to collect fees from people. Oh, the crap would hit the fan so hard.
Yeah, right? And like,
wow.
You have to pay us the TV license fee regardless of whether you watch any BBC content. You could be like East Indian and just straight watching content from India and you still have to pay your TV licensing fee. Which, according to the BBC's total income from the license fee posting from 2023, was about £3.7 billion. Which is nuts. It's 65% of the BBC's total income is the TV licensing fee that they impose on everybody. That's why the BBC is loaded. Straight up.
Yeah, well, the BBC might be loaded, but most of the British population are not.
No.
And I have to say one thing, that business with the bedroom tax is really, really bad. So basically, people in the House of Lords, all the rich bastards in there, who should have been wiped out centuries ago in the French-style revolution. Unfortunately, Britain has never had a revolution, and that's why you're stuck with these crusty old farts to this day. Oh yes, I could trace my descendants back to the 13th century. Ooh, so that gives me the right to be a CUNT. Right? So these same people that voted in a bedroom tax that hammered the middle and lower classes, are the same people that then voted against a tax on estates. All right? So so we're back to the Gracchi brothers. So we're back to the Roman Republic. The same problems of the Roman Republic. Okay? So you've got people that vote like that. Okay? So you have to pay Kush more tax because you're in a 3-bedroom house instead of a 2-bedroom house, and even if you're trying to be smart and go, well, I'll change one of my bedrooms into a study or into a gaming room or whatever, so that doesn't count as a bedroom, it doesn't matter. The government will deem it as a bedroom. Okay? That's what they do over there. Okay? But then when they try to pass a tax for people with large estates, based on not based on the income, but based on the size of the estate, how much the estate's worth or whatever, they voted against it. All right. So this is where we're at. Okay. They should either all be paid the tax, or none of them should be paid the tax. Not that one group paid and the other group don't. But that's what happens when you have billionaires running the place. Well, you have Rishi Sunak, who's a billionaire himself, whose wife cheats the British government tax department out of millions of dollars a year in tax because she keeps domiciling herself in India instead of Britain, despite the fact that she's been living in Britain for the last few years, and her address is 10 fucking Downing Street. I mean, how much more British can you be? But she's still able to avoid paying tax on the dividends from her shares because she's classified as an overseas person. Okay, that's what's going on there.
DJ, it's not the billionaires per se. It's more just the allowance of lobbying in governments in general. Because even if you had a whole bunch of poor motherfuckers in government, billionaire walks up to them and goes, I'll give you $100 million to pass this fucking law. You think a guy that lived in the fucking hood his entire life is going to turn down $100 million for a law? Ah!
Yes.
Corruption will be abound regardless of whether you've got money or not. So you got to take lobbying out of politics entirely. And that's why I'm not about the like Terminator fucking Skynet kind of shit. But like, I would love to see what would happen if we had an AI running a government in a country for 10 years. Because you can't bribe the AI, right? Or at least we don't have, like, what would you bribe an AI with? I'll hook you up with some extra RAM blocks.
A brand new graphics card? Sorry.
Right? Yeah, no. So, like, you would take a huge amount of the corruptibility of a government out of a government by having it done by AI, right? And I'm not saying replace all governments with AI, but I am saying that it would be interesting to see what would happen if you replace a troubled government that's having some serious fucking issues with AI for 10 years and just see what happens. Does it come out as a powerhouse? Does it fall further into fucking ruin? Does it become a totalitarian state where people are just being murdered all the time? What happens, right?
Yeah, but the problem in Britain, Kush, is that the upper house, the House of Lords, all those people are appointed. None of them are elected. So that would be like the equivalent of in America, everybody in the Senate, none of them are elected. They're appointed by people in the House of Representatives. That's not a democracy. What the hell? So you've got one chamber of parliament that those people do not face a vote or an election at all, and that's why they pass the laws that they pass. That's how it happens. That needs to be reformed. The people in the House of Lords need to face an election like everybody else in the upper house. I mean, just the thought that in Australia that everyone that's in the Senate, in the upper house, is appointed instead of elected, to me, I would probably use violence. I would probably join a rebel group to overturn that, because that is inherently undemocratic. That's how you get all those decisions you're getting in Britain right now. The country's going down the shit. Okay, now when they were leaving Brexit, when they were doing the Brexit, the promise from all those people was that $600 million a day, or whatever that they were bloody spending on Brussels, was going to go into the NHS. As soon as they won that campaign, they said F the NHS, and you could all starve to death. You could all die from lack of medical care. And then the lockdown happened with the COVID, and you saw how many hundreds of thousands of British people died as a result of that negligence. They didn't have the masks or the whatever, or the protective gear, right? And people have to face elections, even if those elections are dodgy, even if they've been warped by billionaires like they are in America, for example. That's beside the point. You still need to go through the procedure. But in Britain, the House of Lords, not one person in the House of Lords is elected, not one of them. Kush, there's 600 people, I think, in the House of Lords, and not one of them is elected. They're all appointed, all of them. I mean, that is inherently undemocratic.
But here's the thing, right? The only, I don't know if there's another country that is like it. If it is, then there's another country. But the only country that I know of...
Italy has senators appointed for life.
No, just hold on, let me finish.
No.
Switzerland is the only true democratic country.
Yeah, because they do referendum on everything.
That I know of where, as a citizen, you actually truly do have power over your government.
Yeah, because of referendums in the cantons, yes, yep.
And because of how their government is structured, so that the government can't just go, oh, thanks for your opinion, we'll consider it. If they push through a referendum and it goes to a vote and the citizens say this is how it's going to be, that's how it fucking is, right? Like, you want to put a perfect example of how your country, like Australia, isn't democratic? The shit that happened with the referendum for the gay marriage. I remember you and Pendle Pants, when we first started hanging out, were talking about it, and what a colossal waste of time and money it was. And then they did the referendum, and at the end of it all, the government went, right, thanks for your opinion, we'll take it into consideration, we'll get back to you in 6 months. It wasn't, oh, the vote is overwhelmingly, we should allow this, okay, it's done, right? Like, no, they were just like, oh, well, thanks for your opinion. We're really happy with
because of a minority of religious fanatics. That's why, Kush, because of a minority of Catholic people here, the Catholic Church. Those people, like Tony Abbott, who was the Prime Minister, who is a member of the Jesuit order. That was those people that were blocking that reform for the gay marriage. And I didn't give a damn about that issue, but you are correct. When it was overwhelmingly voted for here, they were supposed to pass it straight away, and they wasted time. They wasted months and months and months. They kept debating and wasted the Parliament and the country's time on that after we'd already said we're in favour of it. Would you please legislate it so we can move on? That's exactly correct. That's exactly what happened. And it angers me.
Yep.
What a waste of fucking time that was. We'd already voted for it, we decided to do it, and then a minority of people, because of their religious beliefs or whatever, I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sorry, but I'm sick and tired. I hate the guts of religion. I hate it now. I hate Muslim, I hate Christian, I hate the Buddhist, I hate a lot of them. Keep your opinions to yourself. If you want to be religious, but do it in your own home, on your own time, with your own family. Don't inflict it on me. I don't want it inflicted on me. I don't believe in it, and other people don't believe in it. We've been going through wars for the last 2,000 years because of religions doing this all the time, and as far as I'm concerned, they're all wrong. All of them. You don't know if God exists. You don't know what is in his mind.
Here's my one argument, okay? Here's my one argument, and I have myself flopped on this issue. I have zero problem with gay people. I have zero problem with gay people being in a civil union. I have no problem with gay people being married under religions that respect gay marriage. But I'm not about the idea that a gay couple can walk into a Catholic church and essentially force a minister to marry them under a religion that doesn't recognize their marriage.
That's correct.
That's what I don't agree.
The tolerance has got to work both ways. That's where
that needed to be drawn in the line.
Yeah,
right?
I'm
you want to have
all
agreement. The rights and responsibilities and shit of a marriage, by all means, civil union. I'm all in for it. By all means, you guys want to fucking live together and be recognized that way, sure.
Yeah.
But especially with how the whole fucking trans movement and the fucking pronoun movement has developed. I'm not about forcing people to go against what they believe just because you don't like something about it. And the other thing to me that kind of blows my mind with it is like, if you were a homosexual couple, right, and you want to be married, why would you want to be married by a religion that chastises and criticizes your choice? You like it seems strange to me. It would be like, I don't know how to word it correctly for like what you would want out of them, but it'd be like a black guy going to join the KKK because he likes the cookouts or something, like some stupid like that, right? Like, I really like their barbecue, so I totally hang out with the KKK, but I am blacker than black.
My social life has been improved.
Yeah, like these guys got some pretty crazy ideas, but man, they make a crazy fucking barbecue.
No, but
right?
you are
like,
right. You are right, though. You are right, though.
It would be really strange to me to just like disassociate all the other shit that's against you for the one cherry-picked thing that you like about it.
I agree. Look, I would be the first to defend the right of a church or a mosque or whatever if the soul was trying to force them to go along with something that was completely unacceptable like that. I'd be the first to say, well, no, I'm not in favour of it, even if I don't care about that religion, even if I actually dislike that religion, it, or whatever. But that's beside the point. But people's rights have to be protected, but it works both ways. Oh no, Mr. Andy's got destroyed. I bet you by the time he goes there to try and put the fire out. Yeah, so, like, I believe in protecting people's religious rights, but what I don't like is when they want to impose those religious rights on me. Like, for example, what's been going on in America with whether women have the right to do what or not. That's none of their business. Right? They shouldn't be involving themselves in things like that.
You know what, though? Of all things, that one is the most poetic shit to me. For how many, and it sucks that some of them have to suffer, and there's always those, oh, but what about the rape case? Oh, but what about the incest? Okay, those are few and far between when it comes to the abortions. I just love, to a certain extent, that in the States, a woman, in Canada too, in the States or in Canada, a woman can decide that they are going to bring the child to full term. They can decide that you are going to pay for this child for fucking 20 years or whatever, and you have zero recourse, zero anything. The kid is entitled to your fucking bank account, and so is she until they're old enough to get out from under her wing, kind of thing. So I don't have as much sympathy when the reverse is now being forced on the chicks, and it's like, no, you don't get to get rid of it anymore. Now you have to deal with it. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit cynical of me, but I hate the fact that chicks got a free pass on that shit, and they just got to pick because it's my body and it's my choice. But it's not just my responsibility when it's my body and my choice. It's also your responsibility. But you don't get a say. Well, now in the States, it's kind of been balanced out, and it's kind of equal. You know what I mean? It's your body, your responsibility, but now nobody gets a fucking say.
A lot of states in the South, Kush, right now, okay, are running out of water. They're running out of water, okay? Arizona,
WTF,
Texas,
man.
and that they're running out of water, right? So instead of focusing on issues like that, what did they do? What did their state assemblies do? They wasted time debating about whether women have the right to do that or not. Wasted time, and wasted time. And so they waste their time with these social issues, but they don't actually spend their time on what they're supposed to be doing, which is supposed to be dealing with problems that are popping up and fixing them. Like, for example, water running out. Things like that, for example. They're not doing any of this.
Yeah.
So you've got state governments in America that are not governing. They're not governing. All they're doing is they are just following cultural or push-button issues that will help them get re-elected, but they're not actually fixing problems. I don't understand how you could be running out of water. The dams are drying in the south, and you're not doing anything to fix it. You're not doing anything to ameliorate it or come up with an alternative solution or whatever. It's sort of like you're going, oh, well, it's going to dry up anyway, and soon we're all going to be dying of thirst, so it doesn't really matter. Like, what the hell? You're just wasting time on cultural issues all the time. This is what the Conservatives have been doing for the last 30, 40 years. They've been distracting everyone with these bloody cultural issues and cultural wars and cancer culture, whatever. This is all we've been talking about. We don't talk about logic or common sense. Oh my goodness, I think one of the reasons why I enjoy studying Roman and Greek history so much is because when those people made decisions, they were almost always made on the basis of common sense. No one said, oh my God, Jesus won't approve of this, oh my God, Muhammad's going to punish me if I do that. There was none of that. People did common sense decisions based on what was common sense at the time. There was a problem, you fixed it. Now, there's no common sense, nothing. It's just culture wars. I can't understand it. Let's throw statues into the river. Let's get the James Bond books and rewrite them. That's all people care about now. That doesn't fix anything. Rewriting the James Bond novels doesn't fix anything. That's just culture war. If anything, if the James Bond novels are inappropriate, they shouldn't be changed. They should be left inappropriate so people can tell the difference.
Right.
Okay? Plus the fact that it was from the 1960s and 70s, you're not allowed to do that. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. That's ridiculous. That's like me saying, well, the style of painting that we do in the 20th century is completely different to the style of painting on the walls of Pompeii, so I'll just whitewash all the paintings in Pompeii. So we don't see that style anymore. I mean, can you hear how insane that is?
Or destroying the fucking, what do you call the remains when they're like the statues basically, but they're not statues, they're actual people that were just like fucking flash statuified kind of thing. Anyways, there's one of them that was like jerking off while he was fucking like about to die and shit, and was permanently frozen in time like that, and it's like, yeah, let's just destroy this statue so that people don't ever see it again. They didn't, but I could see that being part of the argument, right?
It's like these bloody nuns in the Middle Ages. There were these nuns. One in particular was famous. They went around with hammers and chisels, and any Roman or Greek statues they found where the guy had his penis showing, they just remove it. Just things like that. That's why that's why I absolutely hate the guts of these religions, because you give it away who you really are by how you behave. Alright? That's why I hate the guts of these religions. You give it away by how you behave. Anything you come across that is different to you, you come across a different culture, you come across people that have different beliefs, you go out of your way to exterminate and annihilate them. And so as far as I'm concerned, religions are poison. That's what they are. They're poison. Okay? They've gone around all over the planet and destroyed native cultures left, right and centre, and then using the cross as an excuse to justify it. Okay? Annihilating entire cultures in South and Central America, annihilating entire cultures in Asia, in Australia, wiping out the Aborigines. I mean, there was like 4.5 million Aborigines here in 1788. Full-blooded Aborigines, Kush. You know how many there are today? 120,000. Alright? Religions go around exterminating other cultures. Look at India, for example. In India, there is a constant war there because the Hindu majority, okay, since the 14th or 15th century, have been fighting against the Muslims. They keep pushing in from the north, from Afghanistan, and they don't want a bar of that. And that's why there's this continual fighting up there. We're sick and tired of people imposing their bloody religion on other people. That's where I get hostile. I'm not hostile against the religions themselves. I'm hostile about the fact that you use that belief as an excuse to impose on other people and to justify cultural annihilation and mass murder. Because that's what that is. It's mass murder when you murder millions of people like that. That's what it is. Don't tell me that Jesus approves of that or Muhammad, because they don't.
Honestly, I will say that religion's just an excuse for violence.
I think it is.
Humans are just inherently violent.
Yeah, they are.
And that's all it is. We just look for an excuse. Look at the Middle Age, or the medieval times, right? What was it? What did they call it in Latin? Basically, you had to have a reason for starting a war. So a lot of the times they would fabricate land claims, and that's the one, right?
Yeah, casus belli, yeah.
A gentleman would have a reason to start a war, so they would fabricate reasons. right? And it didn't have to be a religious reason. It could be a land reason. It was like, oh, I found a document that says that my dad owned that land, and now fuck you, get off. Right? Found a document. Or like, look at Genghis Khan, man. That guy wasn't like some religious zealot, but holy fuck did he murder and rape his way across all of fucking, like, the Asian continent. You know what I mean? Like, he was so bad they had to build a giant fucking wall to keep him out. And that still didn't really work, right? Wasn't a religious zealot, was just, like, real fucking human, I guess. Like, the shittier parts of us, but survival of the fittest, unfortunately, and yeah. And, of all things, too, and I don't know the true authenticity of it, but from what I have read or heard or whatever, it's something like 40% of the human population can trace their lineage back to Genghis Khan because of how many people he had raped across the Asian continent. That guy was a pretty fucked up individual. He was a very violent individual. And if 40% of people in the world can trace their lineage back to him, is it really a wonder why so many people are violent and a little fucking crazy?
You know that when Genghis Khan was getting old, apparently the Vatican sent a delegation, sent a priest to speak to him, and basically the priest was tasked with kindly asking Genghis Khan that in future, when you do your invasions and conquests, would you please exercise a bit of restraint with regards to killing people. He actually asked him that. He actually requested that of him, and apparently Genghis Khan said, yeah, okay, yeah, I promise not to do it. Sent the guy away, but of course kept doing it. But it's sort of hilarious to think that you'd send a diplomat over to, of all people, Genghis Khan, to ask him, would you please kindly stop killing so many people? You're killing too many people, and we're starting to notice. Like, it almost sounds like a joke, doesn't it? But that actually did happen. That embassy was sent by the Vatican to ask. It's actually it's actually a well-known story. Anyway, look, having said that though, look, I can't help it. I can't help looking at it this way, but whenever a Christian nation has come into contact with a non-Christian nation, that non-Christian nation has undergone massacres, cultural annihilation. I mean, just what Charlemagne did in Saxony in the 800s. He had 5,000 of them beheaded because they refused to convert to Christianity. This is the sort of bullshit that we go on. The Muslims do exactly the same. They do the exact same that we do, and then we accuse them of being over the top without noticing the fact that we're as bad as they are. Just because they're wearing towels and they're riding camels doesn't make them worse than us. They do exactly the same that we do. The exact same. They force people to convert, and if you don't convert, they F you up one way or another. That's just the way it is. Or they put a tax on you, or they do something else. So they have this attitude that because they believe that they're chosen, because they believe or whatever, that they're part of some privilege, the ultimate privilege club. That's all that's going on there. Alright? And I just will not have a bar of it now. Even from a personal point of view, as far as I'm concerned, I've now decided, or I've now realised, especially with what's been discovered out there, with all the telescopes and that, don't tell me that an entity created the entire universe, because it's laughable. It's just laughable. And it's laughable that an entity waited 13.8 billion years for us to develop so that we could be aware of his existence and worship him. Like, really? 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 That's your logic? You see, this is what I'm talking about. I'm watching documentaries on what they're seeing 100 million light years into the future with those telescopes, all the galaxies and all the planets they're discovering, the black holes or whatever, and you're telling me all that was created by one entity? I may be wrong, because I can't prove or disprove it. So from a scientific point of view, you have to entertain the possibility that it does exist. But I don't know, my common sense tells me no. So you mean to tell me he waited through the hundreds of millions of years while the dinosaurs came and went and all that, and waited for us to evolve, and waited for us to develop a consciousness, and then when we developed a consciousness, then he made us aware of his existence? That sounds like fantasy to me. That sounds like a Star Wars movie, so I don't know. Anyway, like I said, I don't want to offend anyone, you know, but I will say this though, alright? I've been lectured in the past when I've done those anti-discrimination courses or whatever, that I have to respect other people's religions. I have to respect other people's beliefs, but the irony is that people who are strictly religious, strictly Christian, they have no tolerance of anything or anybody else, so why should I be tolerant of them? They're not tolerant in return. If I tell them that I'm disinterested, that I don't believe anymore, or whatever, then as far as they're concerned, I'm the enemy. I'm scum. So they're not tolerant, so why should I be tolerant to them when they're not tolerant to me? See, so they want it both ways. No, I don't think so. Fact of the matter remains that when Christian and Muslim have come into contact with non-Christian places on earth that are non-Christian or Muslim, it has always ended in tears for the other party. Always. It always ends in tears for the other party. Hands down. There's almost no exception to that rule that I've come across except maybe Japan. Okay, because Japan annihilated them when they were trying to colonize 1500 whatever and went back to being isolationist. But that's a very rare example. Or Vietnam was another one. But those two are very rare examples. 99% of places that had contact with Christian, Muslim, whatever, that's it. That local culture was annihilated. That's it. End of story. That tells me who and what that is. That in itself is inherently evil, isn't it? Because if you're telling me they're putting all those Aboriginal children into the foster care, and they all get re-educated, and they get belted because they're not allowed to speak their native language or remember their culture or whatever, you're telling me that's a Christian way of behaving, and that your God would approve of that behaviour? Really? I don't think so.
If we're talking Old Testament God, probably. That's the thing, like, it depends on which one you're praying to, right? Like, New Testament God isn't such an asshole. Old Testament God is a fucking asshole. Like, let's be real here. Okay? The Old Testament God has zero fucks to give, no compassion, no, like, yeah. I mean, like, there's a relatively famous story in the Old Testament that's, like, talks about, I can't remember the fucking guy's name, but, like, basically, like, God and the devil made a bet because Buddy, like, the devil was like, this guy's only faithful because you gave him everything. So God killed his family.
That's Job.
Probably. Yeah, killed his family, killed his fucking livestock, put him through like 10 years of true fucking hell.
Yeah, until the guy finally snapped.
Just to prove a point.
Hey,
just to make a point. To win a bet.
Yep.
So, like, Old Testament God, pretty douchey.
Yes.
And I wouldn't put it past him to have, you know, ordered some of this really fucked up shit in the event that it's a real, you know, deity and all that shit.
Well, you know why I like that particular... Okay, I don't remember many stories from the Bible, but I remember that one in intricate detail. The story of Job, and how he kept having bad things being done to him until he eventually snapped. When his wife and kids were wiped out, he snapped and basically told God to F off. Right? He basically told him to F off. He cursed him, so that's what that means, right? Yeah. And then God relented and said, "All right, fine. That's you've been tested enough." Okay. Now the reason why I like that story is because apparently, if you read it between the lines in that story, what that's saying there is that if you're pushed too far and you lose everything, you actually do have the right to curse God. That's what I got from that story there. You actually are allowed to go off your head if you really, 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 really have been destroyed by everything. You've lost everything or whatever. You actually have the right to go off your head. That's what I got out of that story. I was quite fascinated. That's why I remember it so well. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how other people read it, but that's how I read that. That you're actually allowed, if you've been pushed too far. So let's, for example, you've lost all your family and you're bankrupt or whatever, and you haven't done anything to deserve it. You've just been unlucky or whatever. You have the right to curse everyone, including God himself. Wow, that's a very interesting idea. Oh, there he is there. I found the stranger who was hiding in the corner. What a little sneak. He's actually hiding in the corner. I found him too.
Not that it'll do anything, but I might have to call Canada Post a bitch. Fucking idiots. They're supposed to drop my package off today. I have notes on my fucking thing that say knock loudly. We've been sitting here having a conversation. It's a trailer. It's not a very big fucking property. And I get an update on my thing that's like, oh yeah, your shit will be like I have to go pick it up tomorrow from the post office up near me, which isn't the end of the world. Like I've got plenty of shit to last me until then. But like that motherfucker didn't knock. That guy didn't knock at all. Not once. At any point in time did that guy knock. 100%. And yeah, like fucking just do your goddamn job and deliver the fucking package, you prick.
Well,
Anyways, sorry.
Well, if you remember last year, around this time last year, I had a meltdown because that happened to me once too often, and then finally I lost my package, couldn't find it, and I ended up having a fight with the courier company and a fight with the pharmacy, because the courier company was asking the pharmacy to send them a description of the package. The pharmacy wasn't sending it, so I was ringing the pharmacy asking why they weren't sending it. They said they were going to send it, but they never sent it. I must have rung them up 4 or 5. You must remember this from last year when I was going off my head about this. So I kept ringing. So I would ring them up every few days. So I was actually chasing up the pharmacy to send the information to the courier company, and eventually I accused the both of them of being in cahoots. Because the courier company was saying, well, we can't do anything more until we have a description of the package, to which I answered, hang on a minute, when you were given it the first time, doesn't it contain a description of the package, like, when it's given to you? Like, I don't understand how this works. And that's why in the end I went for the pharmacy that was located here in Sydney, so I catch the train up into the northwest, and it only takes me a couple of hours to do it. But recently, my mate that lives up the Central Coast, because I was going up there a couple of weekends ago, he actually arranged to have a package dropped over at my place, right? You know what the son of a bitch did? From Amazon, the son of a bitch, he left it out the front without letting him know. Okay, so I went downstairs because I'd go downstairs once an hour to see if it had been dropped off because I know what they're like, and I found it down there. Okay, and it was outside the glass door. So this is why the sons of bitches and why I don't want anything delivered here. I don't want anything delivered here at all. Because what those bastards do, they don't ring your doorbell, they don't knock on the door, like what you just said, and they just drop the package out the front, outside the glass door. So what I mean by the glass door, Kush, is that I live in a small apartment block. So obviously there's a glass door to get into the building, so you can access your apartment. That's the glass door I'm talking about. All you have to do is ring one of the buttons and someone will push the buzzer, and you can just put the package behind the glass door and shut it. And therefore it's there behind the glass door. No one off the street can pick it up. Okay, I don't want anything delivered here anymore. And what really upsets me is that I couldn't even arrange with the pharmacy to say, listen, because I tried to do this, Kush. I said, listen, don't bother delivering here anymore. Just take it straight to the post office straight away. Don't bother trying to deliver it here. Just take it to the post office. Oh no, we can't do that. We have to make one attempt first before we take it to the post office. And when this one said, well, you know what? Go fuck yourself and your family. I'll make my own arrangements. I'll bang the phone down. That's it. Go fuck yourself. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Oh, we've got to make one attempt, then we take it to the post office. Well, go fuck yourself. Okay, that's just stupid. That doesn't make any sense.
The last, I don't know, I've actually had a couple of kind of like shitty fucking experiences with these idiots already. Because like, for the most part, like, at least when it gets delivered, they've come up, and I've just been like sitting here kind of in silence. They don't knock loudly like they're fucking supposed to, but they knock, and I hear it, and I go and I fucking get my shit. This time I didn't even hear like the fucking, like I didn't hear a sliding door, nothing. So like Buddy didn't even open his little fucking side door to grab the fucking package. He just grabbed the little slip and stuffed it in the fucking thing and took off, I'm sure. But like, one of the times I was like, cause like I'd been thinking when I get it shipped, it usually arrives on Friday, but like in the middle of the day. So they're not gonna load it on a truck and fucking, send it to me in the middle of the day. So it ends up arriving on Monday. So the one day I'm sitting there and I'm like thinking to myself, like, once my package, because it gets tracked, so once it updates and it says that it's in PG in my town, I'll just call the warehouse and see if they can put it off to the side, and if I can just drive there and pick it up. Save them the whole delivery, save them some extra fucking bullshit, right? So the last package that I did, I was gonna do that, and then I got an update at like 7 o'clock, 7:20, like PM, not AM, PM, saying that it was in town at like 11:48 AM. So like just before noon, it was like in town and processed. So that kind of pissed me off. And then this last time, I got the update that said, "Oh, it's we've processed it at like 12 o'clock." So I go down to the main Canada Post building and I go, "Hey, is there any way I can pick up my package?" The lady there goes, "Well, I don't know. Do you know, like, is it here?" And then we had to go through, like, the process of tracking it. But she clearly didn't want to do her fucking job. Anyway, she's like, "Oh, it's at the main warehouse. It's not here." And I'm like, "Okay, so, like, where's the main warehouse? Can I just go there and pick it up?" And she's like, "Well, I'm not sure, but I don't think they're going to do anything," and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, "Well, are you not sure, or are you sure? Because if you're not sure, let's figure it out. Give me a phone number. I don't give a shit. I'll call them. I got all day." But like, she just kept trying to like slough off her job and like, "Oh, it's probably not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen. It's probably whatever." Anyway, so I called them and asked them to like if they could put it aside, and she was like, "Well, that gets put into like a big pile, so I'll tell the guys, to take a look. But if we don't call you back, we didn't find it. You're kind of hoopla." So yeah, like I ordered my package
Wow.
Thursday. And now I'm waiting until tomorrow morning to go pick it up. So it's almost been a week, and it's fucking 8 hours away is the facility where it was all packaged up. Stupid.
And what makes
But
it...
they
yeah.
also can't just leave the shit on the ground and, like, actually leave. Like, they have to get a signature. And if they don't get a signature or they forge my signature, that's going to be a big fucking problem for them.
Yeah, no, as far as they're all concerned here, the fact that it was medical supplies...
Oh, just give me 1 second here, DJ. You cut out on me.
Sorry, man, my headphones went flat.
Oh, okay, I thought it was fucking me. I'm like, I thought my headphones, I'm like, what the hell?
No, it was me. Headphones. I don't understand why in this game, why do the raiders, why does it do that? The raider goes to the next room and then limps around and dies. Well, why don't you die in the previous room? Anyway, that looks weird. Yeah, no, I just absolutely, yeah, I absolutely, by the way, Kush, I don't know if you're aware, but your voice sounds really quiet.
Oh.
It almost sounds like you're standing away from the headphones. You've got the headphones on the table, you're standing away from them.
1 sec.
Okay, now your voice sounds stronger.
Back to this one. Better?
Yep, much better.
Huh. I think it just didn't disconnect my other earbud and it was still in the case, but yeah. It sounds like it's time for a dab. Fucking piss me off. Goddamn. bastards. I really just wanted to try the pen too. Like, I mean, I want my live resin because I'm down to like shatter and space wax and some other shit. Not like it's that much worse. I got a vape pen coming that's dual
Back.
flavor. So one side is like orange creamsicle basically, and the other side is like fair mini donut. So, yeah. That's gonna be my work pen for a while.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry that, because I know what it's like not to get my stuff delivered, and it can make you very angry. It's just big. See, the thing is that, as I try to explain to these morons, you know, like, being held up because you're waiting for a pair of socks is one thing, but when it's medication and you just got the casual attitude or whatever, that's why because she asked me why I'm being so aggressive, and I said because it's my medication and you guys are just, you're not taking it seriously. You're just not taking it seriously. Now apparently now, because people were complaining like me about the medical supplies not being delivered, apparently now any packages that medical supplies to them are going to be so clearly labelled that you can see the label even from a kilometre away. Right, so it's got to have a specific coloured label and or whatever. And I don't think that's going to make any difference. First, it's not going to make any difference, and second, now your package is going to stand out like your proverbial dog's, you know what, your dog's balls. So I don't know whether that's going to improve it or not. But I have a feeling that one of the reasons why the courier is so unreliable is because of the high staff turnover. That's what the issue is. I'm almost certain that's what the issue is. Because I hear people always entering and leaving that industry all the time, and, you know, some days that no one turns up and that's why they have a problem not delivering or whatever. It's because of the unreliability of the work. And probably the work is unreliable, probably because working in that industry is probably not much fun. They probably don't pay you very much. You know, so, but it just doesn't. It doesn't work.
My shit, though.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, for yours that's probably a reasonable example, but like here, fuck no. It's the complete opposite. Canada Post, being a federal job, pays just disgusting. Like, lots of people want into Canada Post because it pays really fucking well. You get all the benefits of a government employee. It's not that hard. It's just walking around throwing shit in a mailbox. And it's unions, so it's, you know, hard to get booted out once you're in.
So like you got to be
lots
real
of people want to work for the post office here. And in the States, I don't, like, it's not everywhere, but, like, UPS drivers now, those motherfuckers make 6 figures a year.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, I got away with it.
What Nintendo Switch game go on today?
Oh, actually, I forgot to put Vilda's link in the chat. Whoops.
Are you still there, aviation girl? Are you still there?
Vilda URL.
Actually, I forgot to put a link.
Yeah.
Have you ever dabbled with emulators, DJ?
Hang on a sec, Kush. I need to ask Aviation. Girl said, Aviation, I'm sorry, I just noticed in the chat you've written WTF, man. What was that in relation to? Did I say something? Did I say something that upset you? Because if I did, I apologise. But or was that in relation to something else, like what happened in the game? Sorry, because I just saw that then.
Might have been in
W2F
relation to us talking about the post office shit too.
About the what? The post office?
Like packages and shit too. Our conversation about that. People leaving packages and doors and shit.
Well, it's really bad. Because people constantly post on the internet, on YouTube, video footage from the security camera that points out the front and showing the shenanigans that goes on when stuff's being delivered, or the stuff that gets left out the front and then later on someone walks past and pinches it. So you had that guy that became famous because he manufactured those booby trap packages.
Yeah,
you know,
and gotten shit for it. Fucking horse shit.
The one where the one where when you open it up and it smells and it starts to spread glitter all over the place or whatever. Well, that's a brilliant idea. Actually, that's a brilliant idea to teach these people a lesson. You know the one I'm talking about? I forget what his name is.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about now. I think that's Mark Robert.
Yeah. So, and you could see
there was another guy too that was like a States guy that got kind of famous.
No, and it doesn't matter.
He set some packages out on his front step with like flashbangs basically in them, and when they would walk away with it, it was like attached to a string kind of thing. And when they would walk away with it, it'd pull the pin. They'd get off his front step and it would go off. Wow, bang, blow the fucking package up, scare the shit out of the guy. And then he'd go out and yell at them and chase them down, not chase them down, but just chase the fuck out of them. And he got in some serious shit for it, which is complete bullshit, but that's how the world is nowadays. Can't protect your property.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous, and I think the reason why last year why I really had a meltdown about it and now refuse to deal with them anymore is because what made me angry, what makes me angry about them delivering that late or losing a package at all is that with the modern technology, with all the scanning and all that, you have no excuse. So when they told me that the package had been scanned as having left the warehouse, then my response to that was, in that case, then that's the driver. Because if the package has left the warehouse with the driver, then he's taken it. It's so obvious, isn't it? But they wouldn't go along with this. I said, well, why not? I said, he's either taken it for himself or he's dropped it off at the wrong place. But if he's dropped it off at the wrong place, then that means the package that was supposed to be dropped off there has not been dropped off, and your system would show this. Okay? So that is why I'm swearing on the phone, because she's told me to calm down. I said, no, I won't calm down. I said, because you've got the technology to track all of this. There is no excuse for any delivery company anywhere on the planet that has this modern scanning technology, whatever. They have no right to lose anything. Ever. Okay? And that's why I got so angry with this, because I said, it feels like you've got the technology of 2024, but the service is the same as 1994. So what's the point of having all the scanning? What's the point in putting chips in the delivery guy's head so you know where he is? What's the point of having the tracking in the van that shows you what the van is? What's the point of having all of that? When it even shows when he gets out of the van and he gets back in the van. So you've got all this monitoring, all these cameras, and yet shit still goes missing. So what's the point? So that means you will never be able to fix this problem. It'll always be there, regardless of the technology. That's what you're telling me. That's why I had a meltdown,
And for a month, I didn't want to talk to the courier, I didn't want to talk to the pharmacy or anything until I calmed down, because I couldn't handle it. I just could not handle that. You got all that modern technology, but you still lose stuff. No. No and no. As far as I'm concerned, the driver took it. Because he's the last one who had the package, so he should be held responsible. Alright?
Yeah.
There's no excuse for anything to be lost these days.
Anymore, though.
No. But you got all that modern technology, you should know where that package is now. Because they've got chips in them and whatever, so you should know where it is now. And it disappeared, and no one but to this day has told me what happened to it. And it upsets me because it had my name and address on the bottle. That's why I'm upset about this too.
Yeah.
Alright? So somebody knows that I'm having this treatment. Now they probably don't bother hanging around outside my place anymore because they probably know that nothing gets delivered anymore. There is no excuse for that. I was so angry about that because technology, you have no excuse to lose a package or not know where it is. Or not hold someone accountable in that case if it's disappeared.
Yeah.
Here we go again with these death claws. Oh, meal.
Well, like, mistakes get made. That shit happens. Oh, I'm sorry, we'll try not to, let it happen again. And yeah, like, fucking scratch on Buddy's record, get him out if you need to. That being said, though, too, there's something to be said about, like, shitty companies having such a hard time trying to keep people around that
No, but in fact the courier industry has a very, very high turnover, and I believe that's part of the problem. Because I remember that every time I had a package delivered, when I actually saw the person out the front, it was always a different person, right? Whereas when Ben was getting his delivered at his house, he told me it was always the same person every time showing up. So for some reason, where I am here is a problem. Because it's too busy, or because I think it's also because I'm in an apartment block instead of a house. Yeah. But like I said, no more. I don't want anything delivered here anymore. I either go pick it up myself, or I can go straight to the post office. So, and I won't order anything online if they say it has to. They have to make an attempt to deliver here first. In that case, I don't want it. I don't want it because I can't handle the stress. I just can't handle it. It's just too much because you see the thing is, if it happened once in a blue moon, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But the fact that it happened virtually every time that they stuffed up my delivery one way or another, did it every single time, virtually every time. I think only twice out of 10 or 12 times it actually worked the way it was supposed to. They rang the doorbell, went downstairs, signed, grabbed it, and that's it. It only happened twice. All the other times was a disaster. No. And also, when they do drop it out the front, they're supposed to notify you straight away. I would get the email 45 minutes or an hour later. Why?
Right.
You fucking assholes.
That was...
You
same
fucking
kind of
assholes.
Like that was what drove me nuts when they did that shit with me, where it was like, oh, hey, your shit was in town at fucking 11:45, but hey, we're not going to tell you that until 7 o'clock in the evening. Like, what the fuck, guys? Thanks, appreciate it.
Oh, so it happens to you too sometimes, does it?
Yep.
But that's stupid, because that increases the likelihood of your package being stolen, because it's out there for longer. That's why you need to be notified straight away, so you can go downstairs straight away and collect it. That's why I get so angry with all this. I want nothing to do with it. I don't want anything delivered.
That's why with, like, my shit, they have to get a signature now. Because, like, I had, like, for instance, I had, at one point in time, my roommate had bought a computer.
Good day, Epic.
And
Hello,
had it shipped
Epic.
to the front door. And they left it right on the front fucking step. No signature, no fucks to be given. And this is a $10,000 computer that they had just left there. Out in the open. And it wasn't like it was, like, discreetly packaged. Like, it was packaged like it's a motherfucking computer. It says what it is on the side of it and shit. It was the stupidest thing.
Good
it's a good
day,
thing I was home.
thumbs
Because,
up.
frankly, if I wasn't, that thing would have fucking disappeared. And, like, my roommate was so pissed. Rightfully so. Because, like, yeah, what
Membership
the fuck?
is now available.
A $10,000
Go grab
computer they
yourself a
left out the
lightsaber badge
front.
and platypus emoji.
That is
Right in front of the door.
That is outrageous. Oh, that is
And
absolutely
this is a
outrageous.
trailer court, too. Like, it'd be a little bit different if I lived on a trailer on, like, a piece of fucking property where, like, I've got, like, 2 acres around me where nobody's really supposed to be on the property. I live in a trailer court, in the middle of a road. People drive by,
Magic
people
Box
walk
short
by
just
all the
released.
fucking time.
What is inside?
And
Magic
you're just gonna
Box
leave that shit
URL.
outside? Retard.
That's a disgrace, though, that just because I failed a rush, you send in a rad scorpion. I mean, that's just over the top.
Could be a deathclaw, man. You should just be happy it was only a scorpion.
Oh, don't worry, I get raided by them as well. Hey, you going
Yeah.
Epic Legend? What are you up to?
Deathclaw on a failed power business. That's right.
Just editing some stuff.
No, unfortunately,
Oh.
some people are very heavily reliant on having stuff delivered to them via courier, and so sometimes don't have the choice. Like I have to say, well, I won't do it because he works like he manufactures like seals and that through his 3D printer and stuff like that, and so a lot of the raw materials for that need to be couriered in. Other stuff needs to because he works in IT or whatever. So he doesn't have the luxury of not using the couriers, right? So what I'm trying to say is I feel sorry for some people. They may be in a situation where they can't make the decision that I made because, for example, like think for example like Zombie, who lives in Western Australia. Okay, he might live in an isolated area there, and it might be a 3-hour drive to go to the pharmacy to collect his, and it may not be practical to do it, so he has to have a courier because he may be working full time all day, and then by the time he can go pick it up in the evening, the place is closed in the evening. So people in that situation, because I'm working from home, you see, but if I was working full time like I was a few years ago, I wouldn't have nothing couriered here because I know the thing would be sitting all afternoon outside while I'm at work, and it would stress me out.
Yeah.
Because I don't want it there. In that case, take it to the... Oh, and that's the other thing too, right? When they fail to deliver, they're supposed to put a card in your mailbox to tell you to go to the post office and present this card to pick it up. Do you know how many times the delivery didn't happen, the card wasn't in the mailbox, so the next day, just out of curiosity, I went up to the post office taking pot luck that maybe the package was sitting up there, and 9 times out of 10, the fucking package was sitting up there. Okay, but that son of a bitch didn't leave me the card. Okay, that's why I get angry. This is what made me angry, was these incidences. Okay? So you failed to deliver, you son of a bitch, and you couldn't even be bothered to fill in a card to put it in my mailbox to say that you failed the delivery. That I wasn't here, I didn't answer, so it's at the post office. So the one time I went up to the post office, and they said, well, no, it's not here, we've never got it, that was the one that was stolen. The one that I ended up being stolen, alright? Okay, do you know how stressful that is after the 10th time that you go through that, how that starts to make you angry? Because it's every single time? It just ended up giving me anger, it ended up giving me rage. Courier rage. Because it's every step of the process, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. You don't ring the doorbell, you don't leave it in a secure place, and you don't even leave a fucking card to tell me that the thing is at the post office to go and collect it. I've got to go up to the post office, pot luck, waste my time. I mean, that causes stress. can't do the water purification because I need 80 residents, so I'm going to have to wait till I get enough money. Oh, actually, no. I've got to upgrade that, and that's 18,000.
Might not be a bad idea to start pumping up babies anyways, though, because you're still going to need another 20 on top of what you need already to get the next step.
I probably will end up doing it. The reason why I took those people away from breeding was because I was continually short of staff on the electricity and all that. So that's why I ended up giving up with the breeding. And also, the other thing too, if you leave those people to breed, whatever level they're at, they're stuck at that level. So I had all these level 1 people breeding, and weeks later, I noticed that they were always at level 1. So they don't rank up when they're breeding, but I've also noticed that if you put people in the radio station, they don't rank up either. Look at this, I've got 3 people in there, and they're all level 1s. Look at them.
Yeah, because there's no like event thing that it completes, so it doesn't gain any XP.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I'm thinking now? I probably should move, actually, you know what, I should move some of those people now because they're level 1 and get them ranked up again. That's what I should be doing.
I mean, if you've got the training facilities, level is still fairly important because that like decides their base health stat, but the stats matter more. Especially like high level guys should primarily be like your door guards and your explorers kind of thing.
My bad meant
and
epic
then just
leg
have
and
like
quest sub.
specific high stat individuals to run all your facilities at like max efficiency. You know what I mean? Like if you rotate out the guys that run your power plants until they're like, what is, I think power is strength stat that affects it. Yeah, so if you like rotate out your guys until all the guys working in your power plant have max strength and they never leave the building, but they just got max strength and some good melee weapons, you'll watch your power production just fucking go nuts.
It does.
And
because what I've done,
level means less at that point.
Yeah.
Pink waving.
No, but it does work because I've seen the timer. I've watched the timer,
it goes down.
And then I've given someone, say, a uniform which is added 3 to strength, and I've seen the time drop. Or dropping in, I've seen the time drop when you add a person or whatever. Yes, I am aware of that. Why do you keep saying no storage when I've still got 50 slots left? Why do you keep saying that? Anyway, whatever. Hang on a sec, what uniforms have I got here? I've got a P3, L5. Hey, wait a minute, I didn't know I had all these uniforms in here. I've got an I4 in here as well. Whoa! That's just downright irritating when a fire breaks out for no reason. That's really irritating. It's bad enough when I get harassed by mole rats and that, but just for a place to break out to fire for no reason is horse manure. It is, it's horse manure. It's absolute horse manure. Anyway, whatever. Alright, so she's got level 5 coat, level 4, level 3, so I put her to level 5, level 5, 3, level 3. Let's have a look. 3. Oh, she's got a low. See, because my ugly head's in the way, I can't see the stats for that uniform. I think that says +2. Right. So that's +2. So we've got I3, got I4. Well, that's even better. Okay. I3. I don't think there's an I4 or an I5. I don't think. No. Alright, so that's taken care of. Alright, good.
Oh, what? You can rotate the screen? Damn. Newer Pokemons are kind of nuts.
Well, I was so tired that even though there's strangers around here somewhere, I can't concentrate.
So you said you still got to do an asshole playthrough of Fallout 4. Does that mean you finished Fallout 4?
Yes. Yes, I did the platinum and I did all the endings and saved the Institute, destroyed the Institute, did all the, so I did all the endings with the different factions, and I think I did one ending where everyone was getting on. So the only thing I need to do now is I need to go back and do all the missions that are related to the TV series, which should take, I'm guessing, 1 or 2 streams, and then after that I can go back and restart with a, because the hardest thing to get, so the hardest trophy to get in that game, on paper, is the 100% happiness, right? But there is a way to do it. You just need to follow a few steps, but you can do it. It just takes a couple of days to do it. And you don't have to do it in one session, despite what all the guides say. You can save your progress and then continue on the next day. I don't know why some of the guides said that you have to keep the computer on or the PlayStation on the whole time and don't save it and close and come back because you'll lose progress, because that wasn't true, at least not in my case. I don't know why they were saying that, unless that used to be a problem maybe when the game first came out or something, I don't know. But in the second playthrough, I'll only allocate perk points to like strength and whatever, but nothing to intelligence or anything like that, so I probably won't be able to pick locks or use computers or whatever, because I won't be very bright.
Well, I mean, for your asshole playthrough, though, too, you could go... I would suggest going and just visiting maybe the most popular mods on the mod store, and just maybe try a run with a couple of mods. You've already done the vanilla game, right? Like, for instance, as a good idea for your asshole second playthrough where you're not taking things as seriously, wouldn't be a terrible idea to get a no weight capacity mod. So you're not constantly struggling with like, oh god, I have to drop 600 pounds of this, and I gotta drop 15 of that, and I've gotta drop this weapon, and I want to keep this one, but I can't, and you know what I mean? Like stupid shit like that. You could just eliminate that entirely with a no weight cap mod.
Yeah, I've seen some of the funny mods for that game.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not talking go extreme with them, because some of them are going to end up breaking your game, and you don't want to end up breaking your game kind of thing, especially if you mix and match too many mods. It starts to have conflicts. But something that just basically affects your weight capacity, or maybe gives you, like extra resources or something, so you don't have to do that grind again. Although that's totally up to you. But I know the weight capacity was a constant fucking struggle for you.
Yes, but I suspect with my second playthrough it shouldn't be, because now I've understood what to pick up and what not to pick up, or like in terms of priority. Because when I started playing that game, I just assumed that every item that I picked up was important. But of course now I know that at the start there's only certain items that are worth picking up, and the rest you can just ignore. You don't have to stress out over it. So hopefully that second playthrough I'll be a lot wiser. But having said that though, yes, it would be nice to have a... Well, I'll end up being able to carry a lot of stuff because I'll be allocating all my perk points to strength anyway. Sorry everyone in the stream, just give me a sec. I just need to check something because something's going on outside. So I have a feeling they're excavating on the other side there, and that's the vibrations I'm feeling through the floor. Let's have a look. Yep, I can see the top of the... I don't know what you call that construction equipment. It is basically a jackhammer attached to an excavator. Okay, so it's got the metal arm with the jack on the end, and it's smashing into the ground. That's what they're using. I don't know what you call that machine in the construction industry, but I just call it a jackhammer because that's basically what it's doing. So this is all part, ladies and gentlemen. Right, so I'm going to give everyone a word of advice. If you decide that you want to move to Australia, right, my advice is stay away from Sydney. Don't come to Sydney. Don't move here, because if you move here, your quality of life is going to go down, right? Because half the city is a construction site. It's noisy. It's miserable. Okay, they're doing building all over the place. They do roadworks all over the place. This has been going on for decades now. Nothing ever gets finished in this city. It doesn't matter where I've moved in Sydney. I've moved to 4 places in Sydney, and in all 4 places, and one of those places was one of the most expensive suburbs, not just in Sydney but in Australia, which was the North Shore. Even there, right, you couldn't get a good night's sleep. Okay, because I was near the Harbour Bridge, and so they were always doing roadworks on the road to the Harbour Bridge, or they were doing infrastructure, or they were pulling the toll gates down, or they were building the harbour tunnel, or they were doing more infrastructure, or they were building a 40-storey office block on the other side, and it was one after the other, after the other, after the other. Okay, you cannot live in Sydney and have peace and quiet. You can't have it. It's impossible. Alright? They do it on the weekends as well sometimes. They do their work on the weekends. Sometimes even this one here, that's near me now, which is the fast train into town, right? That one there, they sometimes were doing this even on a Sunday. Right, so all day Sunday you've got to listen to jackhammering and vibrations going through the floor, and then once in a while when that arm raises or lowers, it makes a very high-pitched metallic screeching sound, which I've complained about before and other people have complained about before, and nothing's done about it. Because as far as that construction company is concerned, they need to finish that job, and so if that machine has to stay there for the next 2 fucking months making that noise, they don't care, because they won't take it away for a couple of days to fix it. That's what's going on there, right? And so we could potentially subject to that high-pitched metallic sound that sometimes when I hear it, it makes me grind my teeth. Often, my neighbour across there that has a child, when that sound goes off, that baby starts crying. As soon as it hears the sound, it starts crying. Right? That's how bad that sound is. It's really loud. It's beyond 95 decibels, which is illegal in a built-up area like this. I'm in one of those built-up areas in Sydney. And we are constantly subjected to construction noise all the fucking time. Roadworks at night and building during the day. Nothing in Sydney ever gets finished. It never gets done and never gets finished. Okay? They're doing a fast rail into town. They spent 3 or 4 years redeveloping Central Station. How would you like to go to the same train station every day, year after year, and it's constantly under construction, it's never finished, and then when it is finished, it's the same platform as before. All they've done is they've installed one extra escalator, and they've installed a lift for the disabled. That's it. But apart from that, the platform is the same width, the same length as before. How can you take 3 years to do that? How is that possible? And every day, crowded on the station because they put the fences up so you have a limited space, so everyone's crowded around each other. This went on for 3 or 4 years. And there are people putting up with this every day. I pass through there once a month on the way to my friend's place. I can't imagine what it would be like to have to put up with that every bloody day. And then you see the workers and they're standing around talking, they're standing around doing this, standing around doing... You never see any urgency with these people. Okay? So this worksite near me is one of the stations for that very fast train that connects to the station up the road here, which I usually catch all the time. That's what that is. Now, they've been digging there now since December. Okay, and it's now the end of May, and they said that... Yeah, but all they're doing, Kush, is they're supposed to be clearing all the dirt around there that's polluted, okay, and clean it up. That's all they're supposed to do. All they're doing is a clean-up.
I was just going to say, that's why.
Fuck me dead.
If it's a government job and they're paid hourly, they don't give a fuck how fast it gets done. Roadworks here, I will say, tend to get done at a reasonably fast pace, but it's on a contract basis, right? So, like, they just, like, the city offers up and says, hey, who wants to bid on a contract for this? And then everybody takes a bid, and the city goes with who they want to, go with, whatever. But if the company completes the contract ahead of schedule, it doesn't change what they make. The company still makes the same amount. So the faster they get it done, essentially, the more that the company makes, which incentivizes going at a quicker pace, which does come with some issues in terms of, like, concerns about, like, the quality, you know what I mean? Like, you definitely want the quality to be there at the same point in time as the fucking speed, but our roadworks tend to happen at a reasonably quick pace. There's always a stupid amount of it going on because our weather really shits on our roads, but the whole, like, contract system kind of helps with that, right? And a lot of the guys that, like, work for these companies get bonuses if they complete their contract early, so...
Yeah, but the constant complaint from people in Sydney is not that the roadworks are there, is that the roadworks take forever, and then what they also do here in Sydney, because they're a bunch of pack of bastards, because that's what they are here. I'm not exaggerating, everyone. Sydney has become an awful place to live. It's so bad that people now are moving out of here in droves. Okay, just about everyone that I've ever grown up with or known in Sydney over the last 30 or 40 years, every single person now has left. There's only Mick and Dave left. There's only 2 people left. Everyone else has left. Sven is in Tasmania. Brendan is in, I forget the name of the state in America above New York, on the Canadian border there. What's it called? Maine. I think it's called the state of Maine. Is it? I can't remember. Anyway, he's overseas, right? Half of my friends have moved into the state, to Victoria, to Queensland. They've moved up to the Central Coast, down to Wollongong or whatever. Mick is thinking of moving down to Wollongong as well in 2 or 3 years' time, because his daughter's already moved down there because she had enough as well. So anybody in Sydney that is a decent person gets the hell out of here because they've had enough. You just can't live here anymore. It's just becoming impossible. Alright? Now, I used to live in North Sydney near the freeway that goes to the Harbour Bridge. Now, that freeway is one of the best built roads in Australia, because they had to make that road super duper durable because of the amount of traffic going through. And yet that road is always so continuously under roadworks, but they do it in the middle of the bloody night. Okay, so I'm trying to get to sleep at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, and these people beep, 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 brrr, whatever, at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then employees in Australia complain because they say that people are turning up to work and they look tired, and we get accused of staying out late and partying, whatever, so they're responsible. No. As I yelled at one of my employers one of my bosses one day, because he tried to say that to me too, and I actually told him to fuck off to his face. And no, the issue is, and then I told him about all the construction at night, the roadworks at night and all that. You don't get a decent night's sleep. Alright? And then you get the other building with the faulty fire alarm, and it's a half an hour before the brigade gets there and switches it off. It happens at 3 o'clock in the bloody morning. So you bitch and moan because we turn up to work and we're fucking tired, but we don't have the opportunity to have a good night's sleep. You don't fix any of these issues. That's the problem. Look at me. Look how angry I am because I've been subjected to this now since December.
with this bloody hammering all the bloody time. I can hear it through my headphones now while I'm talking to you guys. I can hear that. I heard that high-pitched screeching sound just a couple of minutes ago, and it triggered me off. I'm starting to get a headache. I get pressures here in my forehead because I get sick and tired of it. It's like being under constant pressure all the time with that really loud noises and all that all the time. I could put up with it sometimes. In extreme cases, short term, most of the time, but not all the fucking time. Okay, I went down there and I confronted them last month. They told me there were only a couple more weeks to go and they were done. That was a month ago. They lied to me. That's why I don't talk to people. I hate the guts of people because people lie and they cheat. And they tell you lies. They know damn well that they're going to keep doing that forever. It'll never finish. They're constantly digging around there, and then after that they're supposed to build a school. So more construction when they start building that school. Although I'm hoping it won't be as bad because they've already done the foundations. The foundations usually is by far the noises because you feel the vibrations and all that, right? But they're supposed to build the school there afterwards. The hell? So it never fucking ends. They're doing another building up the road, an apartment building, a kilometre away from me. Okay, so there's construction there, construction here, right? And then they're doing the road down on the other side, down that way, towards bloody, not Lady Game Drive, but whatever that road, I always forget what it's called. And you never get away from it. When I lived in Hinchinbrook, it was cow pasture road that they were continuously doing the roadworks in the middle of the night. And then planes flying overhead because I happened to be near one of the local airports, so some planes were flying in the middle of the fucking night. Why is a small nested plane allowed to land there at 3 o'clock in the morning? What is he, the Flying Doctor? What, is he the negotiator to negotiate the end of the Second World War, so he's got to get there in a hurry on time for the meeting? What the hell? This is why Sydney is a prick of a place to live. They've ruined it because they got rid of a lot of the environmental laws that protected us from this type of noise and all that. So, for example, the council, because I rang up the council to ask them about that high-pitched metallic sound. The council came down, said, no, you're right, that's way too high, I'll go and investigate. Then he rang me the next day and said, oh, I just found out that work site has been excised from council authority and it actually comes under the state government. So you see what they've done there? So what the state government did years ago, they passed a law where they can say that a particular work site is immune from the normal environmental and noise laws. You see what they've done? So all those rights that we fought for years, so that we wouldn't be kept awake at night or whatever, the state government in the middle of the night passed this legislation overriding all of that, so that when it's a state government site, the council can't touch it, and I have to go and complain to the state government. So as you can imagine, when you complain to the council, they'll do something about it because they have to. But if you complain to the state government, they just tell you to fuck off. Bad luck. You see?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm fucking angry. Because otherwise, if I had still had the authority of the council, that would have been stopped. They would have had to take that machinery off and it would have had to get it fixed. That's why I say this is a dog of a place to live and it's run by criminals. Because there's no point having a law if then you could just go, oh, well, but we'll make it like, oh, you're not allowed to murder. However, under these circumstances, if it's done under the authority of the state and federal government, then it's an exemption and it's not murder. That's basically what this is.
Well, actually, that's how a military functions.
Exactly.
You just described any standing military, man. Murder is illegal, but if we tell you to go in there and do it, it's okay.
That was bad failing that rush, that really hurt.
But yeah, DJ, you just gotta immigrate to Canada, man. Nice, peaceful, quiet, cheap fucking green. This could be your relaxing retirement. You like to fish? Because there's lakes everywhere, man. Rivers and lakes and shit. I go out to my cousin's 15 minutes away or 25 minutes away, either way, and I either have a river that you can fish at or I got a fucking lake you can fish at.
There are plenty of places here to go and fish and do all the rest of it. It's just the...
Yeah, but you can't legally do it with a whole bunch of weed. Not where you're at. Actually, wait, would you be able to because you have like the prescription certification, whatever?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I have a feeling that for us it's
Is
the
that
same.
like you're only legally allowed to consume it in the privacy of your own home, but like if you were caught out in the fucking woods smoking it, some conservation dickhead
I don't
would
know.
fucking chuck you in cuffs?
I don't know. I've got no idea. I can't answer that question. I'm assuming that the same rules apply as for normal smoking, I'm assuming, but I don't know that. I can't answer that question.
My assumption with how dickish your government is you're probably allowed to be like high in public, but you're not allowed to do anything in public. You gotta do that in the privacy of your own home, and that's it.
I would have to look that up, actually, because that's an interesting question. I know, like, my assumption is that it's just the same rule as with the cigarettes. Like, there are some, like, a lot of places where you're not just allowed to smoke, period. You know what I mean? Like, I just assume that's how...
Yeah.
But I don't quote me on that, because I'm not sure.
Well, no, I mean, it's the same thing here, right? Like, you have to be 6 meters away from a doorway. Just because weed became legal didn't change all the smoking laws associated with just smoking and vaping in general, right?
No, but having said that, though, I do think, though, that what you blow out when you're having that straight is very different to what you blow out when it's tobacco. It's very, very different type of smoke. The tobacco smoke is much thicker and seems to have more particles in it, whereas the other one seems to be a lot lighter. It's a lot lighter, less, yeah, that's what I've noticed.
So if you're smoking, like, plant weed, you're getting 4 times more tar than cigarettes. Cigarettes have a lot more carcinogens, though, so there's that. But then, when you're smoking concentrates like Shatter, because it's just straight THC and you don't have the terpenes and you don't have the plant matter and shit like that, you're not getting the same amount of tar either.
Let's go.
So concentrates,
smashed it like.
And like the thing too is like we say we're smoking the concentrates, but even if you're hitting it off of a bong, you're still vaporizing the product. You're not smoking it, right? Like, smoking it involves burning the product until it creates a smoke, whereas this is just turning a solid into a vapor. That's all, right? With heat. There's no burning, so like, concentrates, as silly as it is a healthier way of smoking. Because you have to vape it.
Yeah, but having said that though, like, let's be honest, any form of smoking is no good for you because our lungs are not designed for that.
Yes and no. See, I live in a town of 80,000 and it's a logging town, and one of the pulp mills in town, legally, like, they're allowed to do this, part of their cleaner for their system to, like, I don't know, scrub their chimneys or whatever, is lime. So, like, once a month at least, they pump condensed lime into the air. Lime is that thing that fucking psychos use to dissolve bodies. And, like, just the pollution level in my town, me walking around day to day, week to week, month to month, breathing the air in my town is worse for me than vaping my weed product. So you're right, like, smoking isn't good, and compounding that by smoking on top of breathing the air of the town that I live in doesn't improve the situation. But if I was really, really concerned about the quality of the air that I was taking in, smoking weed should be second on my list of things to worry about compared to the town that I live in and the industries that are around that fill the air with all types of their own toxins, right?
Well, that was one of the things that we were discussing in the 90s. Like, it's all fine, like, if you're really that concerned about our health with regards to smoking and that, and it is an important issue, don't get me wrong, but if that's important, then what about the general air pollution then? So what about all these trucks? See, this is another reason why Sydney is unlivable. It's not just the construction, the place is overrun by trucks. It's overrun by trucks and utes and vans and whatever. Everyone here has a van or a ute or a truck. Okay? Now, when I clean my windowsills here, and I clean the base of the windowsill, okay, I get all these black particles on the rag, right? Really nasty. That stuff is directly from the...
Do you guys not have bulk def?
Have what?
Bulk def. Diesel exhaust fluid.
Probably not. Because there's been pushes for years for trucks to reduce their pollution or whatever, and they push back. The trucking companies here push back because they have a lot of...
That's crazy.
Yeah. And
trucking companies here are required by law to use a bulk def system, a diesel exhaust fluid system. And what it does is it, like, takes all that really sooty shit and it recycles it and burns it again with the, like, exhaust fluid and shit. And every truck, like, newer than a certain year, like, the old shit is still grandfathered in. But, like, that was something that was put in place in, like, the 80s or something like that. It's an old fucking law to have bulk def in, like, everything, right? So, like, pretty much all of the big rigs on the road are not blowing big fucking big coal burner stacks. Like, you don't have those big clouds out of trucks anymore.
No, we have them all the time.
At best, see a truck, you get, like, kind of brownish, but, like, still, like, you can almost see through it type shit. You don't get those big black plumes.
Yeah, no, we still get that. You see trucks taking off of the lights here, and you still see a massive plume of smoke coming out of the exhaust. You still see it in most trucks. They refuse because the trucking industry here is corrupt. It's run by criminals, and I'll explain why. Because in the 90s, the trucking industry was instrumental in sabotaging any attempts by Australia to build the bullet train. Because we were trying to build a bullet train from Melbourne through Canberra to Sydney to Brisbane, and they sabotaged it along with Qantas. Qantas sabotaged it because they monopolised the local air travel here. Well, what I mean is like travelling from state to state within Australia. So obviously they were going to lose a massive amount of money. And the trucking industry knew that they would lose a massive amount of money because a lot of stuff would be going by freight on the rail line. And so they sabotaged it. And so we continue to live, we still have an economy that functions like in the 1960s or something like that. Okay, so the place is completely overrun, there are trucks everywhere, right? A lot of the accidents that happen here in Sydney are caused by trucks. Okay, because they know that they run the place, the truck drivers and that, they know that they run the place. And so they do all sorts of shit, like they push you off the road and they cut in front of you and they do all sorts of this arrogant shit. And it's gotten worse over the years because they've understood that their industry, they can get away with anything they want. Now, the trucking industry here is that bad that when they passed laws here a few years ago saying that there had to be a maximum amount of hours that a driver was allowed to drive before we had to take a break, you know what they were doing at the weigh stations? Before the truck arrived at the weigh station, the trucking company would arrive for someone else to meet that guy on the side of the freeway. He would jump into the truck, drive it to the weigh station so they saw a different driver, thinking that the first one had taken a break, and then he would drive the truck out of the weigh thing with everything being ticked on the form or whatever, drive a couple of kilometres up the road, pull over, and the other driver, who had already been driving 16 hours straight, would get back into the truck and do another 8 hours. Okay? That's who these people are, and that's why I call them criminals, and I curse them and all their families. I cursed a lot of them. You are benefiting at our expense, you bastards.
I think for us that came into play probably in the 90s because there was too many accidents involving truckers, and so they changed it from like you get paid based on the kilometer to like you can only have a certain amount of hours in a day that you're allowed to actually work, and then you have to take an 8-hour nap. And so a lot of the times now what they'll do is these greasy motherfuckers will drive in pairs and they'll cut a goddamn hole in the like center of their fucking of the back of their truck, and then they'll put like a bucket with a hole in the bottom and attach it to the fucking hole in the floor, and they just shit right then and there, and like they don't stop. They just go. And yeah, like they've got like really makeshift nasty ass bathrooms in their fucking trucks and stuff like that. It's some crazy shit. But yeah, like that was a law I think for us that was put in place in like the probably mid to late 90s.
Not here.
But like,
not here. No, trucks here can do whatever they want. Trackers here can do whatever they want, and it doesn't matter. They can do whatever they want on the road, and the industry does whatever it wants with regards to its influence on, say, the federal government.
Major.
They won't change. It will never change. This place is run like a cowboy place. It's like a cowboy, just a bunch of cowboys. It's a disgrace.
Yeah,
okay?
not here for the truckers, I'll tell you that. Like, there's a company where, just out of Vancouver recently, where they had like 3 trucks go under bridges that they were overhyped for and
and they get stuck.
Yeah, and Vancouver fucking shut that company down. Done. Put them on fucking hold for a while and then just flat out said, you don't get to do business anymore, you're done.
That happens here a lot. Trucks getting stuck under a bridge, even though you can quite clearly see the weight of... You see, it just made that high-pitched sound then.
Yeah, I heard it actually.
Did you hear that? Okay, that's what I'm being subjected to. Okay? That's what I'm being subjected to. So I'm glad you heard that sound. So you know that I'm talking about a high-pitched metallic sound. I'm not just making this up or overreacting. That's what we've been subjected to. So random times during the day, that sound manifests, and sometimes it can drag on for 4, 5, or 6 seconds. Because it's the arm retracting up. That's what that sound is.
Yeah.
Okay? And they don't care. He's not going to take that machine away to get it serviced and then bring it back, because then that project is put on hold, so they say fuck it. And that's what I mean when I say we have no rights. So they're breaking the law with regards to the decibel sound, but it doesn't matter, you can keep breaking the law. It's okay. It's fine. You know? And then I read articles, like my friend sends me these articles, and in these articles they said things like happiness in Sydney is going down, people are leaving in droves, people are moving out, people are angry all the time when you deal with people in public, and I've noticed it too now. People are a lot more angry in public than they used to be. I've noticed it now. I don't see people sitting in group. When I used to catch the train in the 90s and the 2000s, right, sometimes you would see groups of people talking, socialising, or whatever, right? And some people will be standing, minding their own business. Now when I catch the train, whether I catch the train from here to Central, from Central out west, or when I catch it from here to the Blue Mountains, or not the Blue Mountains, sorry, to the Central Coast or whatever, almost everyone sits on their own and doesn't talk. No one sits in a group and talks anymore. That seems to have gone out of style. What the hell? What has happened to us? You don't see people in groups talking anymore, whatever. Everyone is on their own, looking out the window, looking in the phone. We just all seem to have been completely subdivided and isolated from each other. Even more. It's actually made it worse. Alright? And a part of that reason why that's happening is just because of the mobile phone. It's because people are getting the shits because you can't get a good night's sleep. The average price for a property is over $1 million. Like, man,
you know what though, DJ? I have a hot take for this. I need to interrupt a little bit here because there is something else that also affects this enormously. And South Park has made a good joke about it, but man, did they ever hit the nail on the head because it's here too. It's murder porn too. People are so terrified to talk to anybody next to them because far too many people spend far too much time watching these stupid fucking like serial killer murder documentaries on Netflix, which South Park has affectionately dubbed murder porn, and they get stuck into this like idea that everybody around them is like they've got the potential to be a serial killer, and they're so terrified to interact with anybody in society because everybody's out to fucking get you and everybody's a serial killer. And I watched this documentary where this person that was, everybody said you'd never expect that from them, and they were just super calm and quiet, and they were a serial killer, and I don't want to be that person that got killed, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're right about a lot of the other shit too, but I think that has an enormous psychological effect on people that is not talked about enough, and that is part of why everybody is so fucking paranoid and afraid to talk to each other.
You might be onto something there, actually. I actually hadn't thought of that.
Well, and like you ask somebody who's like being irrational with their fear of like talking to somebody, like, what are you afraid of with this person? And they're, well, what if they want to hurt me? What if they want to kill me? What would make you think that the average random person on a subway is just out to harm random fucking people? Murder porn. Also, like the news, but like the news isn't murder porn, it's just like violence porn, because shit about violence and shit about bad things happening gets far more clicks than, oh, look at these happy people in this successful household. Right? Like, that doesn't get clicks. Nobody watches that shit. Oh, look at this violent assault that took place after this high-speed pursuit that ended with a vehicle in some poor dude's fucking living room. You know what I mean? 10 times the amount of clicks. And like, yeah, like people are addicted to it, and then they get stuck in this mentality that that's everywhere, when like these are documentaries about really, you know, isolated incidents in specific places that will probably never see something like that specifically again. And certainly not for like a long time frame unless you get like a copycat. But like, it's not like you have like a documentary about a community where there's like 8 different serial killers that all lived here and were all mass murdering people. You know what I mean? Like, it's really usually tends to be one-offs.
Well, I suppose it's no different to...
Has Gimme finished his stream?
A lot of people like go, oh, geez, Australia's really dangerous, you must have to be careful with the sharks and that. But even in a place like Australia where we do have a lot of sharks and you do have to be mindful. But statistically, if I walk out the door, actually statistically, walking to the kitchen is more dangerous than swimming at the beach here in Australia. Because statistically, it's more likely that I could slip in the kitchen on a bit of pasta sauce that fell on the floor, hit my head on the banister, and it's good night DJ. You know, so...
Statistically, it's more dangerous to walk out to the deeper waters in Australia than it is to swim in the waters in Australia. You never know what you're gonna fucking step on that's gonna kill you. You might step too close to a little fucking octopus that comes over and gives you a nibble. You might step on that stupid goddamn rockfish that looks like a goddamn rock. And then you got a spike through your foot and you're fucking like in the water.
Oh, the stonefish. Oh, if you step on one of those, you're going to be in a world of pain for weeks. Oh,
absolutely.
I've heard of, oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh,
and like, that's
bad.
If you don't die in the process.
That's bad. I don't think they're fatal. It's the blue-ringed octopus that's potentially fatal.
I'm pretty sure the stonefish, if you don't get like treated for it, it's not like one of those things where it's like you go into anaphylactic shock immediately and just die. But it's definitely one of those things where like if you get a stonefish fucking hit, you need to seek medical attention.
Yeah, like immediately. Yeah, like immediately.
Membership is now available.
Those bloody things are
Go
so
grab
dangerous
yourself
because
the likes of her
part
badge
of
and
the problem with the
platypus emoji.
stonefish, it looks exactly like a rock.
Yeah, exactly. And then you step on it, and bam, it goes straight through your fucking shoe, and that's it. You're having a bad day. Octopus, same fucking thing, man. You're just stepping along, and all of a sudden you get too close to one, and it fucking smacks into you and gives you a little nibble. You won't even
Why
notice
is
that
any
one,
animal with bright colors
And then
poisonous?
you get out to where you're actually swimming, and it becomes all of a sudden less dangerous somehow.
Because John, it's a warning. It's a warning display. That's why a lot of animals that are poisonous have very bright colours. And then what some other animals do, they actually copy the pattern so that they also look toxic even though they're not. Because some animals will mimic a snake or poisonous snake or whatever, the same markers or whatever. So animals are aware of it. It's no different to us how we react to the color red, for
But I
example.
wanna touch it.
And then you got the ninja fucking assholes that are toxic because of their diet, so their body doesn't reflect that they're toxic. It's just what they eat has toxins in it, and they're used to it, so it doesn't matter. And
yes, you can build up immunity. Yeah.
Super toxic themselves with the same chemical, but they don't visibly show that they're toxic. I'm pretty sure there's a couple of species of frogs that are like that, where like they don't have bright colorings and shit like that. But if you were just to like randomly eat one, you'll fucking die.
Some of these attacks are starting to get on my nerves now. They're getting on my nerves now because there's too many.
Well, you're in the late game shit too, so like a lot of this stuff is just like upkeep and fucking collection, and like it'd be different if you were constantly like building shit and moving people around, and yeah.
I'm just making sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. Is anyone wandering around on the coffee break?
Man, I kind of... No. I wish I would have taken, like, a screenshot of, like, my plant or whatever at one point in time, because, like, I think I had, like, probably, like, 40 or 50 people that had, like, all of their stats maxed out. It was nuts. Because I didn't, like, with my hacks, I didn't have to worry, because I could turn my, like... have it so that my power, my food, and my water were always maxed out. So I didn't have to worry about always having to have all of my facilities maxed out. So I could constantly have people going through the trainings. So I would fill the strength one, and then I'd do the fucking perception, and like I had it like the 5 rooms on top of each other too, SPECIAL, all the way down 5 or 6 or whatever. So, anyways, yeah. So, like, they would just, like I would send, like, 6 guys into special, or into the strength, and then move them down, and then down, and then down, and then once I was, like, through the whole training regimen, I'd get another 6 people and do it again. Coming or what? You wanna go inside your key? Go. Go if you're going. Sleep, silly shit.
I only need another 200 caps. Actually, no, I need more. Because I think it was 18,000 for the upgrade, not 16. Hang on, I'll double check in a sec. Hang on, see if I can find the stranger, because that would really help. I think it was 18,000 actually, so I'm probably not that close. Hang on, let me double check. It was this one. Oh damn it, it was 18,000, so in fact I do have a fair bit to go.
Oh yeah, DJ, have you dabbled with emulators before?
Yes, I have the Dolphin emulator.
Oh.
So I've got the old Nintendo 64 and the Nintendo Wii, and yeah, all those old games on there. But I can't be bothered streaming them because I just can't. Well, one, I can't be bothered playing games that I'm familiar with, but number 2, you can't stream them. You get in trouble straight away because they're old game with the copyrighted music and all the rest of it too.
It's not even just that though. Like Nintendo's really anal.
Yeah, they'll punish you.
Like, let me tell you now. Yeah. You want to stream Mario? Not fucking happening.
No, they don't want it. They don't want you to. Why? But why? Why do they do that? Because I believe that one of the reasons why Nintendo is behind Sony at the moment in terms of popularity with their console, part of the reason why is because they keep carrying on with this really exclusionistic type of behaviour, and it's pissing people like me off. Why? Why be like that? Why can't I stream Mario Kart? Why can't I play Mario Kart and post a video on there? No one posts videos of Nintendo games on
on their channel unless they've decided that their channel is never ever going to be monetized, so they don't care. They're the only people who are doing it. That's ridiculous. That is absurd. Why? Why be so anal with your copyright? Because all you're doing is you're isolating yourself by carrying on like that. That's what it looks like to me has been the result of this behaviour. Is that Nintendo has basically isolated itself somewhat, and PlayStation's taken over.
I mean, kind of.
I mean, I'm sure there are other reasons too, but Nintendo are really annoying a lot of people because they want to stream their games. People want to stream their games, but they don't because they don't want to go through that crap, or they do it and don't care about the punishment that they get afterwards. Because I see people play Super Mario 3, streaming that once in a while. In fact, Binkray, I think, plays some of those older Nintendo games. I don't understand why they did. Why? Why are they against the... I mean, is it just a quirky Japanese thing that they think that they're protecting the quality of the brand of their product or something? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Understand.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, by if the game was being streamed all the time by everyone, it makes it cheap. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, is that how they be looking at this? Like, I'd really like to ask those executives at Nintendo, why do you persist in doing this?
Right? Well, and I think, like, certain ones they're less ridiculous about. Like, the one that I would say that they're probably the least ridiculous about is Mario Party. Because that's meant to be, like, a multiplayer game. There's no storyline to it. You're not spoiling really anything. So, of all of them, I think that those ones are the ones that they tend to be a little bit more lenient on. But any other Mario game is a fucking hard pass. Pokemon is another one that actually seems to get a pass.
Yes,
I've seen a
actually.
lot of, like, Pokemon streamers and shit.
Yes, same
They
here.
tend to get a pass, which is kind of weird because it's a storyline-based game.
Yeah,
That's
the battles.
I kind of got back into the emulating because I wanted to play some of the, like, fan-created Pokemon games. Because there's a lot of really good, just, like, fan-created ones that are better than a regular Pokemon game, right? And most of those run on the Game Boy Advance as an emulator. And then I started, like, I was kind of dicking around with that, and then I kind of got into Fire Emblem, the old Fire Emblem games, and then I figured out that the, like, newest, best Fire Emblem was on the Nintendo Switch. So I got the Ryujinx Nintendo Switch emulator, and now I've got 36 games on my computer for the Nintendo Switch that I've been bouncing around from.
Right, so everyone in the stream, I'm going to upgrade this now, right? So watch this. So we do that, and we do that, and now this greenhouse. Oh, actually, Hinterfell is looking after it. Oh, it's hydroponics. It's now called officially hydroponics, and Hinterfell is looking after it. How ironic.
Get to work.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the time now? God damn, have I been streaming that long, have I? Oh, okay. It's time for me to... Yeah, it looks like it's time for me to leave. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's been 4 hours. Oh, get off my shit, you little asshole. Keyboards are not for cats. Okay? Yeah, this is definitely one of those. Just let me do this. I'm gonna do this first. 3 hours passes.
But the thing is, I don't even know why. Ooh, I can hear someone yelling outside. I just saw someone yell out outside just then. I wonder if they were yelling at the... Oh, anyway, it doesn't matter. Alright. Alright everyone, I think I'm done for today. I mean, I suppose I could keep, no, because I get tired. Oh, that's right, I still got to finish my edited video, so... Right everyone, so what I'm doing is I'm finishing a video. I've done a 23-minute long video. I'm not going to say what it's on, but I'm sure everyone will like it when you see what the subject's about. I've almost finished it. Once I finish that video, right, I'll be able to visit people's streams more often, because at the moment I'm hardly visiting anyone's streams because I can't. If I'm editing a video, I can't be watching a stream at the same time. All I can do is watch a video or a stream that's already happened, which is what I've been doing recently, but I'm planning to release this video on the weekend, in which case then next week I'll be able to start catching up with people's streams. But the other thing is, I'll be able to start, I want to stream games a little bit more, the Fallout 4 especially, because at the moment I'm doing Fallout Shelter, so I'm trying to do something where I might do it on a Thursday or on a Friday during the day. I might do a stream during the day. I'll still do the promotion stream, but I probably won't do the late night stream where I've got the camera pointing at something at the moment, because I seem to have lost interest in that, and yeah. So, but I need to get this video done, so I'm actually going to go work on it after I go and have a snooze after this. And the other thing that I'm amazed about is that the game didn't crash. In fact, you know what? I didn't follow my procedure of saving every hour, which was actually really bad. That's actually really naughty, because I should have remembered that. Lucky I didn't have a crash, eh? But then again, I didn't open any lunch boxes, so that's probably why. Yeah, alright everyone, so that's it for Fallout Shelter. I just want to thank everybody for watching, and thank my special guest, ChewieCookiesGames, for joining me in the party. Yeah, so like I said, I'm going to head off and go get some sleep, so I'll be back maybe Friday. I might be back with Fallout 4. I'll see how I go. I'll probably be more likely next week, because I need to make sure the video's done, then I need to upload it, then I need to do the thumbnail, and then make sure I've got the tags all right, make sure there's no copyright issues, and blah blah blah. And I know that many times, when I think I've finished my video, I will download the file. So I will create the AVI file, watch it on my TV, and somewhere along the line there'll be one thing that I missed, and I'd have to go back and fix it and then download the video again. As you can imagine, that can be time consuming, because downloading the video stuff can take 20 minutes, half an hour, before you can actually have a look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong. So you know what? I'll probably play Fallout 4 next week. So, but anyway, I'm going to get going. Until then, take care, thanks for watching, I look forward to catching up with everybody soon. Stay safe and don't forget to wash your hands.